Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our second annual charity race event for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation for 2023. Last year, Freaky Fast put on one of our biggest events ever, our first annual charity event. It was a 6 hours of Daytona endurance race that was won to do that of charity racing for JDRF and as well to give practice for drivers for the 24-hour race. Tonight, it's all about the cause. And with Daytona right around the corner for that of real life NASCAR starting up their season, we thought it was time to bring it back for another year, and we are excited for it. It's the Daytona 500 presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting, and it's all for a great cause, all for donating towards that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. It's been months of planning, and we are here ready to give you some great racing action. We got 30 plus drivers that are ready to get prepared to hit the track for 500 miles and 200 laps total. It's going to be a good one. We can't wait to take you on this journey, and it's going to be myself, Sam Dyer, and as well joining me up in the booth, Trevor Earhart. Trevor, it's been a while for us promoting this event, getting prepared, but man, how are you feeling coming into this?
I'm so excited to be here, Sam. This is going to be a great event for such a great cause, and all the hard work in promoting it's paid off. I mean, almost a full 43 car field tonight. I cannot wait to get this race going and see how this turns out.
And we got tons of other people we also have to thank. I mean, that of everyone at JDRF that have helped in different ways of promoting this for us, giving us assets as well. Huge thanks to our producer and owner, Freaky Fast Broadcasting, Robert Moyer Jr. in the background. He's going to be giving you all the shots, graphics, and camera ready for you here tonight as well. Huge thanks to Zach Hall. He's going to be running race control, making sure all the drivers stick to their P's and Q's, but also give us a great racing action. And everyone else at Freaky Fast Broadcasting that helped get the donation set up, helped us to get to this point. And also, Trevor, it's up. The board is up. That is our goal. We are aiming for $1,500, and we are going to start the night off at $900. And what's crazy, Trevor, we've already crushed what we donated last year, which we thought was crazy enough. We got up to around like $750, $800 last year, and we're starting the night off already at $900. Can we crush our goal of that of 1,500? Originally it was 500 when we started up this campaign about a month and a half ago. We had to push it back to 1,000. We're about to crush that. I mean, this is amazing to see as we are getting done with practice here shortly.
Yeah, it's such a great event. I mean, and just the charity and the generosity of everybody involved has just been fantastic. I took part in last year's event as a driver, and had such a great time, and was so helpful to, it was so great to help out JDRF and those guys, and now here this year, being up in the booth with you and Robert, taking part in the broadcasting side of it, I can't wait. And you know, that goal, it's right there, and we've got about 4 hours of racing, and hopefully we can crush that and go well beyond it as well.
And if you haven't already, hey, let's share the broadcast. Let's get it out there. Let's get the word out. You've got ourselves 500 miles, 200 laps of great racing action of drivers for us at Freaky Fast. Some of these drivers run in our weekly leagues that we cover here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Other drivers, it was word of mouth that kind of brought them over, and it was friends saying, hey, you want to do this 500 race? It's for a great cause. Do you want to race? And that's how we built up tonight's venue with so many drivers coming in, some old, some brand new. We're around that of 39 drivers ready to attend. We did have a 43 car field prepared, but some drivers had to do a last minute dip out just because they had other obligations that popped up. But still, very thankful for everyone that got prepared, got set up for tonight. As practice is over, it's time for us to ramp it up. It's time for that of qualifying to see where the drivers are going to get themselves set up. But again, Trevor, it's all about charity. That's what tonight's all about. And right now, again, trying to share the link. Let's get it out there, get as many eyes on this race, mainly because we're just trying to get that donation. The goal is for great racing on track and for the viewers, but also we want to make sure we crush that goal because Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation is a fantastic foundation. It's all about trying to find the cure for diabetes, and as well, if they don't find the cure, the extra foundation is also for those that need financial help. It's a great cause that is trying to help those in need and trying to find the cure that is desperately wanted for so many. And a big shout out to Game2Give. If you've been watching our broadcasts since the new year, they've been a part of our splash screens preparing for tonight as qualifying's underway. Trevor, what are you expecting from these drivers to attack here tonight?
You know, I don't know what the plan is going to be for some of these drivers. I think some guys are going to try to go for that pole time, be up front, be at the front of the pack, because at Daytona, if you're at the front, the odds are you're going to miss the big one. But we might see some guys, because it's 200 laps, it's the full thing here, might qualify toward the back, might not take a time, start in the back and kind of wait and see how this race plays out. But qualifying's underway here as we're on board with Jake Fluman as he takes his first lap around Daytona.
Going to be hitting the way, and I've been hearing drivers say that it's been the first lap that some feel like is the fastest lap to go around. Others still believe it's the second lap. So right now, we're going to be seeing that of Fluman deciding to stay on the outside lane. He's going to be aiming for the second lap to be the faster lap of the two. I know there's going to be other drivers that are going to be trying to maximize their speed on that first lap. So watch out for that ticker board on your left to see who's going to be topping the board, because I got a feeling it's the people on this first lap. They're going to be the ones that are going to be on top and stay on top.
Yeah, it used to be the second lap was the quickest way around, or the quickest way to do qualifying. You take the first lap, run the top line, get all the momentum you could built up in these cars, and then the second lap, you right down there on the yellow line, trying to make it as smooth as you possibly could through the corners. But since a couple updates ago, it's been that first lap that tends to be the quickest in these cars now. As we can see, Jake completes his first lap already down to, it looks like, the 7th position as more times coming. Christopher Norris is on provisional pole. Make that Nick Crawford now. But you see Fluman now all the way down there to that yellow line, trying to be as smooth as possible to get as much time as he can on this lap.
Smooth, and as well, got to slightly let this car drift up. You see that black seam right in the middle of the track that Fluman's kind of just trying to keep those right sides on. Going to go a little bit higher to try to get a smooth transition from the straightaway to the corner. Not trying to scrub off any time. As here comes Jake Fluman, the 98 machine, going through 3 and 4, hoping to somehow best that of Justin Malarkey, who the 73 is on top of the board. Nick Crawford second, knocked out of Christopher Norris, going to be third. Fluman, that second lap is going to be just slightly better, but not enough for the pole time. It's only going to be good enough for 8th place.
Yeah, currently 8th quickest on the board. Malarkey still with that top spot. Will Bustler goes up to second. Make that Anthony Cottle now on the pole. Change that now. Kyle McCoy on pole now. Sorry about that. He takes the top spot with a 49, and now Justin Malarkey takes the pole right back from him.
I mean, Malarkey just proving us wrong. Ken Campbell now going to be topping the board for the 15, and also going to be a couple of other drivers to watch out is that of the 53, Christopher Wade on screen. He's going to be parking it in zone. Other drivers going to be parking it in zone. It's Ken Campbell, Brian Johnson, Justin Malarkey going to be your top 3. We still got a minute and 20 seconds left. A few drivers, about that of 12, deciding to not even think about putting in a time. That could be a good strategy for some. Others, they like to take a little bit of a step back, as seeing drivers getting ramped up and ready for tonight. On screen is going to be the 7 of Alex Coffey, as half the field, I would say a little bit more than half the field here, Trevor, we cover here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting in other leagues, and we kind of promoted this to the drivers in a way. They've been hinting at wanting to race against the other league members to see where they can line up with one another. Well, tonight's their night, as that of Alex Coffey bounces up to 16th place. And that was a little bit of interleague, interesting kind of honor that they're fighting for here tonight, of who's going to, if one of our league members that we cover wins, they might carry that honor of, hey, our league won and was better than yours, but we also have that of about 10 to about 11 other drivers that are not even a part of any leagues. They just got word of mouth and are showing up here tonight.
It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out with the battle of the leagues essentially involved in this. And then all the drivers, like you said, word of mouth drivers that want to come in and prove, hey, we're just as quick as the guys that y'all cover on a weekly basis. And the bragging rights for those guys going into hopefully next year's event for them to carry that over. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out. But qualifying's over, Sam, and we're getting ready to go 500 miles, 200 laps.
I mean, if you were with us last year, it was such a great cause. It was 6 hours of Daytona endurance racing. It was something new for us up in the booth at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. But tonight, Tonight's all about that of something that we do know. That is oval racing with NASCAR Cup machines. It is our second annual JDRF charity race, and this is how they're going to be starting out. With that, Ken Campbell going to be in first place, Brian Johnson going to take second, Justin Malarkey going to start in third, with Kyle McCoy fourth, JD Roberts going to be in that of fifth, Thomas Stewart's going to be in that of sixth, but also going to be seeing that of Anthony Cottle going to be in that of seventh, Tony Brent going to be in eighth, Ross Tatum ninth, and that of 10th place going to be Nigel Christensen.
Andrew Metal will be in 11th, with Christopher Wade in 12th, Will Bustler 13th, Nick Crawford in 14th, David McConnell in 15th, Christopher Norris in 16th, Alex Coffey in 17th, Cody Reed 18th, Noah Carter in 19th, and Hunter Howard rounding out your top 20.
And in 21st position, it's going to be that of Jonathan Burt, as well as going to be Jake Fluman. We got to see put down his first 2 laps. Then in 23rd, it's going to be that of Talmek, as well as that of Blaine Wilson in 24th. 25th is going to be that of George Kovacic. Tyler Thomas is going to be in 26th position. 27th is going to be that of Eddie Sproul, as well as that of Joshua Altus, going to be in 28th. 29th is going to be Ryan Thomas. 30th is going to be that of Christopher Howell.
31st is going to be Martin Morales, with 32nd going to John Ledger. 33rd is going to be Joe McAdoy, with Brian Chu in 34th, Corey Herrings in 35th, Kevin Geiger in 36th, Ian Ogden in 37th, James Hackworth Jr. in 38th, and then rounding out the field, Richard Wolsifer in 39th.
I know for Richard Wolsifer, he's still trying to get himself connected back in. He's been dealing with some connection issues. We hope to see that 56 on track, as 39 drivers expected here tonight. And for those that we do say your names, again, some of these drivers we do know because we cover them week in and week out. Others brand new, so we're hoping that we are going to be able to get everyone's name proper, as we got 4 hours to get it right. Trevor, that means that tonight could be a long one for these drivers, but it certainly is going to be a goodie. Now, if you've been watching us throughout the week and you are a regular Freaky Fast Broadcasting member, you know that of stage break racing. Well, tonight, throw it away. There are no stage breaks for tonight's race. It is just 200 laps straight, hardcore racing. Drivers going to be on top of one another, pushing, bumping, and going for the win. There's also going to be gifting the drivers 1 fast repair, and they're going to have unlimited tires to work with, so they can take tires whenever they want to come into pit road. When will they take tires, or won't they? That's going to be the true question to talk about. As they're hitting the backstretch, Trevor, what are you expecting to see, and what are you thinking the drivers should think about heading into a 200-lap race?
You know, thinking they should probably think about getting single file, clicking off some laps, not getting too racy too early on, but let's just be honest, we're all race car drivers here. Everybody wants to, you know, get up front as soon as they can, avoid kind of being in that middle of the pack where trouble might happen. So, you know, I think we're going to see a little bit of racing early on. Might see these guys single file out for a little bit until around the first pit stop, but who knows? Sam, I'm just ready to get this event started and cannot wait for the green flag.
Well, thank you for everyone that has already donated so far. Let the donations fly as the green flag's about to wave for our second annual Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity race for 2023. The Daytona 500 is going as they roar down into turn number 1.
It's Ken Campbell, Brian Johnson, Kyle McCoy, Justin Malarkey, all the top 4 and pushing one another, trying to see who can get that advantage. It's going to be the bottom line. Will it be the top line? Right now, Brian Johnson with a little bit of the edge heading through 1 and 2.
This is something we're going to be seeing a lot. The drivers up front are going to be staying very close with one another, but how can you stay patient? It's going to be the name of the game, as we've seen a lot of these drivers up front. If you've watched us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting win at these tracks, Brian Johnson has won here in previous leagues, but driving down low, it's going to be that of Kyle McCoy wanting to lead lap number 1 as the 07 going to get hard, very aggressively side draft by that of Brian Johnson. Johnson going to get the better push as he's got Thomas Stewart right on the back bumper. The 64 looking good, and that of the Trophy Smack Machine 808 gets the lead lap 1 here tonight.
Yeah, really good move there, but Brian Johnson had a really good push there from Kyle McCoy going through 3 and 4, and then McCoy took it to the bottom, just had no help, and that 07 car falls back a little bit. Brian Johnson to lead with the help of 64 of Thomas Stewart, and the top 4 kind of single filed out with Ken Campbell. It's going to be the battle behind them for 5th with Justin Malarkey, TJ Robbins, Tony Brent, and those guys battling it out, trying to see who's going to go forward and who's going to fall in line.
as a couple of drivers deciding to go backwards, but as we're riding up front with our leader looking back, the drivers up front going to be playing a lot of mind games. Which lane is going to be the fastest right now? The leader's deciding to stay down low, but that is going to be the night. Really, the main thing throughout the night, Trevor, which lane truly is going to be the faster one, as the drivers have to figure out how this drafting package is going to work for themselves.
Yeah, typically, the bottom is the shortest way around the racetrack, but the top side allows you to build that, keep that momentum up. And what we'll see a lot later on, especially when these drivers really get to pushing on one another, is the bottom will check up as the momentum runs you into the car in front of you, and you have to back out of it to not run them over. That allows that top line to kind of surge ahead of them. As right now, the 07 of McCoy, really aggressive side draft on Stewart there, trying to get that second position, and he's going to do that. Fall right in line behind Brian Johnson.
All in right in line as that outside groove. Watch out for that Justin Malarkey. Going to be trying to get some help for himself. Also going to be seeing that of Tony Brent. Going to be trying to make his charge on the outside. Tony Brent, excited to see how that driver's going to work for the 28 machine. Second car on the outside comes into the night, and it's going to be actually a full team effort of Texas Speed, as it's also going to be that of David McConnell, as well as going to be that of Jonathan Burt in the 6 machine, the 32 of Tyler Thomas, and Noah Carter, all drivers from Texas Speed. They all have similar schemes. They just changed up what their base color was. The 28 going with the pink color and pushing Justin Malarkey, making the outside lane work, as they are side by side for that first, third, and all the way through the field. Who's going to lead this lap number 4? It looks to be Malarkey by a nose as they head to the line.
Malarkey there with a good little push there, gonna get that lap led for himself and Sam. We're 2 by 2 pretty much all the way through the field. Not what I thought these drivers were going to do this early on in the race. I mean, we're 5 laps in the 200 laps, and these guys are racing just like they would be if it was 10 to go, 20 to go. They're side by side all the way through the field. And this got to make some of these guys a little bit nervous, because anything can happen. One wrong push, and this could be, catastrophic for these guys early on in this race.
Absolutely. I mean, but if they get caught up in a wreck, it's not the end of the world. The drivers do have that of one fast repair to work with here tonight, meaning that if they get any big damage, required damage, which is a black flag and an orange circle given to the drivers, indicating you are forced to come to pit road, they've got one little bit of a gimme, which is going to be that fast repair, which is going to allow the drivers to completely reset their car. It's like they had no damage at all, but they only have that one gimme, and once they get rid of that safety net, they've got to be careful for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and thankfully, though, these cars still pretty tanky in terms of wrecks. The biggest thing that you're going to have to worry about is breaking a toe link, a little bit of aero damage on these things, and mostly it's going to be the toe link and engine damage. Is McCoy with a really good run down the backstretch, a big aggressive side draft to the 08 of Brian Johnson there, but Johnson with a good push that from Thomas Stewart's going to be able to defend that lead spot. But McCoy looking aggressive early on in this race, trying to get that top spot.
As we look back at some of the other drivers that we know are going to be fast to watch out for, that's going to be the 21 of Ross Tatum. Going to be rocking that machine. The 21 machine, big credits to that of Will Bustler, as they made themselves a special that of Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity race scheme for themselves, and they're proud to be out there on track as other drivers get themselves settled in on how they want to attack this course. Certainly, you're always trying to keep yourself out of trouble the best that you can, as we're on board with that of Nigel Christensen, driver that we get to see on Wednesday nights for the Wicked Racing League. These drivers from Wicked Racing League, they're actually going to be racing here at Daytona on Wednesday night. So this is good practice for themselves in one fashion, Trevor. The big thing, though, is they might be in a different setup, as tonight, huge thanks, I'm trying to get the name of who gave the setup. The drivers were gifted a setup on what they were supposed to work on, because the default setup was a little bit too loose. Drivers didn't feel comfortable, and they were able to get themselves situated.
Yeah, the default setup in these cars is a little bit loose, especially when you're pushing, especially on corner exit of turn number 4. We've seen it a couple of times in the leagues that we've broadcasted at Daytona. The cars get a little jumpy out of turn number 4, but these guys look a lot more comfortable, especially with the ability to be able to push one another. So this should make this really, these guys should be able to get really aggressive with their pushes later on in the race, and that can make the end of this really interesting with how aggressive they're going to be willing to be.
As we are 8 laps in, drivers taking it easy for now in some fashions, as this lead pack, yes, we're seeing a lot of side-by-side drifting up front, but there is a little bit of a breakup. Drivers from 30th on back starting to try to close back into our leaders as they are taking it easy. You see back here, drivers really just not trying to push the issue, just trying to take their time and momentum on how they want to attack. These are the drivers back here in 30th place with that of John Linger as well as Christopher Howell. These drivers thinking about the long run. They don't want to get themselves into any danger. They want to have time to react. And Trevor, this is one of many different strategies to attack a track in a race where you know you have to drive 500 miles for 200 laps.
Yeah, this is kind of what I thought we'd see a group of drivers fall back, kind of form their own little mini pack and just kind of ride around, wait and see if there was any carnage and chaos in front of them. And got a group of about, 6, 7, 8 cars back here that are all just kind of riding in line. Now, they can't lose too much touch with the lead pack, though, is what they're going to have to worry about. They don't lose too much time with those guys, but we do have pit stops here in about that of 30 laps or so. So hopefully, maybe we'll see these guys catch back up, but always in case of caution, they can catch back up as well. And being all the way back here, Sam, makes it a whole lot easier to avoid that wreck when it does happen.
Certainly does. And some drivers, they made special schemes to help out with their teammates. As you see here, this is the rest of that Texas Speed team. And also big thanks to that of Tony Brent for who's also a part of this team. That was that person that helped out Zach Hall and everyone else to make sure that this setup was stable enough for the drivers. Some drivers testing out different schemes. Some went for fun schemes. Some wanted to match up with charity. Some just stayed with their league schemes that they're going to be running week in and week out. As you can see there on the outside in that of the blue Lowe's machine, that's actually going to be Ryan Thomas races for Wicked. That's a league scheme. And a couple of others. It's going to take us a while throughout the night, Trevor, to really get used to some of these schemes because they are so different for the majority of the field from what we're traditionally seeing throughout the weeks and all the leagues that we cover.
Yeah, you get so used to seeing certain drivers in certain cars, certain car numbers as well. But here tonight, we've got some of the guys that we know with different car numbers, different paint schemes, and so we might call you the wrong driver at the wrong time just because we're so used to seeing you in a certain number with a certain paint scheme. But we've got a long way to go, Sam. I think we'll get the hang of it by the time we get to halfway.
Absolutely. You saw that Ross Tatum's machine. That was in black. Well, switch out the black for white. That's what Will Bustler is rolling with his special, that of JDRF Charity Racing Scheme. And a big thank you again to everyone that's already donated to that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Again, we have the link in our chat if you would like to donate. Again, every dollar is so helpful. This disease is terrible for everyone that deals with it. Yes, there are ways to treat around and help with going through day-to-day life, but we want to find a cure, and that's exactly what the goal is for that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, and as well help those that are not able to financially help themselves. And it's a great cause, great foundation, and that is what all tonight is for. Yes, we get to see some great racing on track, but it's all about the charity. This is one of our biggest events here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It's something that we cherish so deeply. We were so excited and surprised how successful it was last year. That we were so amped up for this year. Even the drivers throughout the year were messaging us, asking, when is the next event? And that's what today is our event, our annual JDRF charity race. And this was 2023. And Trevor, I'm so thankful to have you up in the booth. I know Zach, he wants to be in the booth at some point tonight as he's running race control. And whenever these drivers are in a calmer place, he probably will be able to join us later on. But a big thanks to you for stepping up and even joining me up in the booth for this long race that we're just starting.
Yeah, I told you the idea of racing, but given the opportunity to be up here in the booth and call it with you, I couldn't pass that up. It's been so much fun calling races with you on Tuesday and Saturday nights, and just having the opportunity to be a part of this the race and for the cause that it's for. I mean, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, those guys have been so great to work with and helping us out with getting graphics and everything like that. Could not pass up the opportunity to come up here and broadcast this week.
It's a pleasure to have as drivers getting a little bit out of shape. That's going to be the Pepsi machine of Joshua Altus going down on the apron, trying to get out of the way as drivers were 3 wide up front, trying to figure out how to get by lap traffic. First driver who's going to be a lap down is going to be the one machine of, it's going to be Joey and McAdory, who's going to be staying high in that 1D life for foundation. And I know for that of McAdory tonight, he was hoping for a good run up front. Going to be trying to keep the one out of trouble. Next driver, also our leaders are going to catch up to. He's going to be that James Hackworth Jr., who both these drivers lost the draft pretty early on in the race. And they, you can just see the major difference, Trevor, of when a driver's in the draft and when they're not. It is a major difference.
About 10 to 15 mile an hour difference between being in the draft and out of the draft, as Johnson's going to go by that of Hackworth Jr. at about 190 miles an hour. James Hackworth only running about 177, so the speed difference pretty big there. And when you're 2x2 racing and you come up on a slower car like that, it can cause a little bit of a issue, as we saw with the one car as drivers were trying to scatter to get around him. It looks like Hackworth actually caught in the wall here out of turn number 2, just trying to stay high in that 23 machine, see if he can get out of the wall and get some momentum back. But a little bit of hurt here early on for the 23.
A little bit of a hurt, but still not completely out of this thing. Again, drivers were kind of expecting there to be cautions to happen at some point, but this race could go green all the way through. There are no stage breaks that are going to happen. This race technically could stay green, but there have been some small moments where we thought maybe a big wreck could happen as drivers getting aggressive, throwing it to the outside. I believe that was the 18 who was trying to make some big moves. I take that back, actually. It was a different driver. Again, we're going to be trying to see who's who. We're up here in the production booth. We're all trying to figure out, wait, who's who, who's making these big moves. And it's actually going to be that of Hunter Hayward that made a huge jump to the outside in the white machine. A driver we have not seen in a long time here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It's good to see the kid back out there on track. I know Hunter, once he heard about this charity event, he was like, well, I'm coming back to racing. Might as well get out there on track and get a little bit of this rust off, as the 48 gives a huge bump to the 3 of TJ Roberts, and Roberts set up to lead this lap.
Yeah, Hayward just jumped right up in front of the 12 of Andrew Medlin, and then the 3 of Roberts jumped in front of him, and he was able to push Roberts up to the lead in front of that of Brian Johnson. And so now Johnson goes back to second, Roberts to the lead, and Hayward still on that outside line, though. He's got a little bit of help, though, from the 21 of Ross Tatum and the 13 of Will Bustler. Those two worked really well together at super speedways from what we've seen in the Full Send Racing Series. So going to try to help that 48 machine get it back up there to the front.
As they're going to be passing another driver to put them a lap down. I believe that is going to be Richard Wilsifer, who we were giving notes on, again, having some internet issues for the 56. He's going to be the total of 10 laps down, hoping to get back out and on the lead lap potentially here, as riding on board with the 15 of Ken Campbell. Campbell, a driver we've seen run very well at super speedways before. I always think back to the Stars and Stripes series that he also won a championship for on that of Thursday nights. He stepped away from that of Stars and Stripes to run a separate league on Thursdays, and the 15, he knows how to get to victory lane here at Daytona. Another driver that with them, that of Christopher Wade. If we see those two get connected here, Trevor, it is a scary combo. Those two are dominators once they get combined with one another, with the way that they can just naturally work. They've been teammates for almost years, it feels like, and they just know how to work with one another. Yeah,
those two, it's like kind of like watching, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Michael Waltrip back when they were racing together in the early 2000s at super speedways. I mean, Wade and Campbell, those two guys just have a way of working through traffic, staying locked together and getting up to the front. So once we see that 15 and the 53 get together, I'm expecting those two to go forward.
Trying to move forward and trying to do the best that they can. As for those that have donated so far, big thanks to all those that have donated, as we're 20 laps in. Huge shout outs to those that have donated to this charity before this race even started. I mean, that of Travis Dart, he donated earlier today. That of Cody Reed was a late entry, and he donated today to make sure he was in the race. His favorite number is 25. He got the 25 car, and he donated $25.25. Big thanks to that of Cody Reed. Kelly Coffey, big thank you for donating and being a part of this amazing charity. I know that of Martin Morales Jr. For all these drivers to race in this, you had to donate at least a minimum of $5, and some drivers were donating even more than that. Martin was one of those that donated $20, and a ton of different drivers as well continued to donate, but it was the drivers that knew they couldn't race that also donated. I know one of them that shouted out, that of Brian Scalise, who runs with us on Thursday nights. Brian, a great driver to watch, but he said he couldn't make the race, but this is cool. His girlfriend, who is trying to work and help to find type 1 diabetes research, and she works exclusively in trying to find that. This was one of his things that he really wanted to help out and donate for, big $50 from that of Brian Scalise. And then as well, that of Brian Chu, who is racing out there on track. Brian Chu donated $54 to help fight juvenile diabetes, and the $54 is in honor of the passing of Coy Gibbs. A huge loss for the racing community, but huge thanks to everyone that's donated. I mean, it's crazy to think, Trevor, the amount of people that have already donated. We hit 900 before the stream even went live. Crazy stuff, as we still got we got over that of the 170 laps to go. I mean, it's still crazy. We're still going.
Yeah, it's just so great to see that number and what we're trying to reach and what we're, what it's all for. It's really what it's about. We're all out here to have fun, race hard, put on a great show for everybody watching, but it's for the cause, trying to cure something as bad as juvenile diabetes and diabetes in general. So proud of everybody who's donated, everybody who's watching tonight, and hopefully we can hit our goal and maybe go beyond it as we got our first caution.
It's going to be seeing drivers slowing down and going to be hard contact for the 99, it looks like, of Eddie Sproul. Going to be down on the inside, as well as that's going to be Anthony Cottle, who's going to be having their troubles. Just look to be a bad bump in our first incident of the day, 23 laps in. As it was around that of the 27, I believe that's going to bring this out. As we take a look, watch the exit of the corner. 27 looked to get a little loose, comes up into that of the 99. 99 tried to stay on that seam. It's just two drivers running into one another. Looked like a pretty simple, oh my goodness, McAdory just slicing by there for the one. But Trevor, just a simple misawareness, as the rest of the field trying to scatter or get away from the 27.
Yeah, not sure if the 27, it looked like he got a little loose on corner exit of Eddie Spurl. Looks like he got loose, and then for Anthony Cottle, just nowhere for him to go as he was kind of running his line there. And thankfully for these drivers, if they need it, they have that that one fast repair left. But first caution, 20 laps in, Sam, and for McAdory might be able to get that lucky dog spot back. I'm not sure if he got any incident points in that. I mean, he was so close to hitting that, but should be, if he was clear, be able to get back on the lead lap here tonight.
Yeah, he's really hoping that he can get on the lead lap, and it was so close. I mean, it could have been gifted to him an incident point for maybe slight contact. We'll have to wait and see if he is given that lucky dog position. And a lucky dog is whenever a driver is the first car lap down, and they do not get involved in that wreck. When a caution comes out, they are gifted to get at least one lap back. Now, it's up to the driver. If they were caught up in a wreck, it's a sad time for them. And it looks like for that of McAdory, he might have gotten that contact, which then would give the wave around to James Hackworth Jr. to get himself back on the lead lap.
That'd be a big break there for Hackworth Jr., because I think he lost the draft as well, even after he got lapped the first time. I think he wasn't able to catch on to everybody else, so was probably in danger of going a second lap down. So if McAdory doesn't get that lead or get the wave around, it goes to Hackworth Jr., and that'd be a big break for that machine.
And it is going to go to Hackworth Jr. And we're looking at the 91. The main reason why we lost a very pivotal racer in that of Ken Block in these last couple of months. Ken was a hero for a lot of these drivers that race in sim racing and real life racing. Martin Morales Jr. in the 91 machine decided to make his own custom tribute car to the 91. For that of Ken Block, and that's what we're seeing, that of Martin Morales Jr. running here tonight. And Trevor, I know a lot of drivers, Ken Block was kind of their hero. I know he was one of mine, watching him throughout growing up, and some other drivers as well, missing to see Ken Block. And we're hoping for the best for his family during these still trying times.
Yeah, it was very, very sad news when we all learned of the passing of Ken Block. I mean, such a legend in rally racing and just any form of motorsport that he took part in, and all the Hoonigan guys and the Gymkhana stuff. our thoughts and prayers go out to obviously Ken's family and everybody, and then all the guys in the business, the Hoonigan business, and all those guys. But that's just sad moment in the racing community. But very nice of Martin to put on a special paint scheme to honor him.
It certainly is. As drivers have made their pit stops, some deciding to take 4 tires and fuel. The majority of the field actually deciding to do that. Also want to shout out David Bell in chat. Just said he was told about us last night. Hey, we're happy that you were told about us. We love when new people are able to come into the chat and we're able to interact with you. And I hope you like the content that we've had so far. I know on our content side, we're planning on more content coming out. And I think I can say it right now. We're planning on having a podcast come out, talking to some of the drivers from the leagues that we cover here in Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Goal for it to be out sometime at the end of next week. We're gonna have that podcast out. We have different people that work with us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting and getting to talk to some of the drivers. And as well, we have our top 5 finishes of the month. And if you haven't watched it already, go back and watch The Long Run. Season 1 is out fully, the 5 episodes, plenty of great content, and we've got plenty of more that are still getting set through and being prepared through the pipeline. I know, Trevor, you got to have fun talking to a special guest on your segment of the podcast.
Yeah, got to talk to Cameron Sarton. He was a 2-time champ of the Full Send Racing League. Got to talk to him for about 30 minutes. Kind of went over what our time frame was, but hey, we were having such a fun time with that. Such a great project with everybody at Freaky Fast. Reaching out to different leagues, talking to those drivers. Cannot wait for the full episode to come out so I can see what everybody else did. But we're getting ready to go back green here, Sam. Pace car is off, and Ryan Thomas is going to lead us back to the green flag.
Great content, great coverage, and we're ready to get back under green as Ryan Thomas takes off down into turn number 1. It's going to be Hunter Hayward right behind him, hoping to make that white machine get that 40 ahead of that of Brian Johnson, who has been up front in the top 5 all night long. It's been the 08 as he is rocking with his Trophy Smack car, which Trophy Smack, the reason Brian Johnson's running that Trophy Smack machine, that's going to be his vehicle for the whole entire season of WSSR that starts up next Saturday, where they're all hoping to figure out how to beat Vincent Sora as everyone's jostling for position. A little bit of gutsy moves, drivers trying to cut across, and a little bit of an accordion effect, but somehow everyone survives here, Trevor, as Johnson back to the lead.
Yeah, Thomas Stewart there with a really risky move in front of the 40 of Ryan Thomas, and almost got that 64 machine turned around, but everybody keeps it straight. Ryan Thomas, they're cutting that 64 a little bit of a break, but that caused a big stack up on the inside line. But we keep it green as we got one car on the apron there. I believe that was the 23 of Hackworth Jr. going a lap down after he just got the lucky dog.
Yeah, that of James Hackworth Jr. actually was in pit road for extended time for the 23, and the timing just did not work out for him to go into pit road, and now he's going to be losing the draft and losing a lap for that of the 23 machine. Big shout out to that of Cedric Hunter, who's out in the chat, as well as that of Kelly Coffee. Shout out to Cedric mainly because he's a brand new dad. Congratulations, Cedric, on having your baby girl this week. As the drivers are continuing to rage on up front, I still can't get over the fact that we have a majority of drivers from all the different leagues that we cover racing with one another. I mean, we got the WSSR champ of Brian Johnson up there racing with TJ Roberts, and then we've also got that of Thomas Stewart, who we've never gotten to call before. At least for me personally, I've never gotten to call the 64. We've got Hunter Hayward, who kind of mysteriously came back into the scene for the 48. Ken Campbell, who's seen win championships. Ryan Thomas, who's been on a momentum swing in his racing on Wednesday night. This is so cool to see all these drivers from all these different series that we cover running together for one great cause, and that is for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. You see it on our top. That is our goal. We're aiming for $1,500 at the end of the night. Let's see if we can make it happen. You can see also names scrolling across. If you want to be a part of this, go and donate now. Go check out in the chat, as we are going to be having a donation link for you to go and donate now to help out with the cause for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation.
Drivers continue down the backstretch here. Pretty single filed out here, the first 3, but it's going to be the 40 of Ryan Thomas in that outside line. He's got the 73 right behind him of Justin Malarkey trying to push him along. Along with them in that outside line, Al Christensen in the 20 machine, and then we've got Ross Tatum, last year's full send series champ, in that outside line, fourth car back, trying to push. And Sam, that's like you were saying, that's the greatest thing about this. We've got league champions from different leagues, drivers that are running up front in different leagues, and then drivers that we've never covered that these guys haven't raced with, all up here in the top 20, all side by side, racing one another hard and putting on a good show early on in this race.
Putting on a great show as round on board 74, Nick Crawford, who is getting a great shot on 21 Ross Tatum right in front of him. To see that Kyle McCoy, 07 to his left. And a lot of drivers getting a lot of screen time, getting some runs. A driver I want to talk about, though, is the 25 and 13th place, Cody Reed. He originally was not scheduled to run here tonight. He was kind of a late scratch-in here tonight. But Cody Reed, not even 24 hours ago, already ran a full Daytona 500 last night, where he was running for cash. He finished out getting 8th place in that race and getting a little bit of extra money. But Trevor, fatigue, that's something we're going to talk about a lot going later into this race. But for this 25 car, I mean, when you're bouncing from doing a full Daytona 500 race, then going to work, because I know Cody just got off of work, then going in and doing another 500-mile Daytona 500. I mean, this 25 machine, he is going to be absolutely toasted after all this.
Oh, he's going to be wore out. And it's not so much wore out physically, it's the mental aspect of it, having to focus, 4 hours, 4.5 hours, depending on how many cautions you get. And for 500 miles, it takes a toll on you. And then to think even, a lot of these guys are probably next week going to run all of the official Daytona 500 races that are going to happen next week, leading into the actual Daytona race on Sunday. So these guys could go from, 500,000 miles to almost 200 or 2,000 to 3,000 miles, just depending on how many of those they run before we even get to next Sunday.
It's just a lot of racing, and this is the time that drivers that are a huge fan of NASCAR all come on to iRacing, come on to a lot of different racing sims, and they put in the most time. It is that time of the year where racing is at its highest. It certainly is. It's great to see how the drivers are getting themselves ramped up, and as the drivers in line getting ready to go, there are certainly going to be options on how you want to continue on, as we're seeing a lot of jostling going on here. Trevor, I mean, from your point of view, a lot of these drivers trying to take a lot of big moves high, low, anywhere they really can go. What are your thoughts on some of these movements that you're seeing so far?
Some of them have been, relatively clean. Some have been a little bit, I would say, over-aggressive for as early on as we are in this race, but maybe some guys just trying to figure out, hey, what can I do? What can't I do? I know I have that fast repair. If I mess up, I still have that kind of safety blanket for me. But, I'm not surprised. Everybody is so far up front that we've seen, apart from a couple of moves, have been relatively clean. The side drafting has been, aggressive, but that's what you've got to do, especially when you're in that outside line to really move your way forward, as we see, a couple of these guys really get close to one another in the corner. But then you have the guys, further on back in the field that are running single file, falling back from the lead pack by a couple of seconds, that are they're here just to ride this out and hope to be there at the end in case something goes wrong up front.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to survive and run their own race. Others are trying to promote themselves as well. Here's the 65 machine. That's George Kovacic, who we get to see in Stars and Stripes for running on Thursday night. He's running his own custom scheme for himself, promoting his YouTube channel, Sunshine Motorsports, where this is actually an original scheme that he used to run back in the day. Thought he would bring it back for a special cause, and he got more so recommended to race here tonight. Saw a lot of Stars and Stripes drivers wanting to throw out and say, hey, let's get a part of this. And thought, hey, I just want to join in, help the cause. It's great to see, as well as some other drivers that are having some good runs. Talked about that of Brian Chu, and right now we're seeing this 11 trying to stay in the middle of the field and running a special scheme, and probably the best scheme you could ask for if you're trying to rub some magic from the real life world to that of the virtual world. Brian Chu running the 11 Denny Hamlin FedEx machine, because he's hoping that he can find some of that magic that Denny Hamlin usually finds here at this track.
Yeah, good scheme to pick. If you want some good luck here at Daytona, Hamlin's been quick. We've seen him win multiple times here in the duels, 500. So not a bad scheme to choose from when you're coming in to run a Daytona 500 race.
Also, he's a huge fan of that of Daytona. He's a Floridian. and he's actually found himself going and being at the campsite for the infield of Daytona for the last 15 years. So he is certainly someone that knows this track very well, that of Brian Chu. And also whenever we see him running on that of Thursday nights, when they come to this track, he's usually someone that's up front running as hard as they can be. As we drop back to see some other drivers, there's Christopher Wade, who we touched on before, being a driver to watch out if he can get up front and put some pressure of the drivers in that lead position. And I'm curious on when we're going to see a lot more pressure up front. When will we see drivers truly attempt to go 3-wide racing? Because Trevor, super speedway racing, we know about that Daytona, Talladega. Those are the two main tracks when you talk about super speedway racing, and usually you can go 2-wide very comfortably at both courses. Talladega, a lot more comfortable if you can go 3, sometimes even 4 wide. But here at Daytona, what are you expecting? We've already been watching a lot of 2-wide action, but is 3-wide or more something we're expected to see later on?
I can get away with 3-wide. 4-wide's going to be difficult with that kind of the narrowness of Daytona, which is, you know, something you don't really talk a lot about how narrow a super speedway is. But you can get 3-wide pretty comfortably. 4-wide down the backstretch, but you kind of got to get that sorted out by the time you get to the corners, because it tightens up a little bit compared to what you would see at Talladega, where you can get away with 4-wide, but not so much here tonight. So, you know, and I don't think we're going to see 3-wide racing until later on in the race. I say that we've seen some, but that's mainly with drivers getting shuffled to the back after getting left out, you know, with no draft help. But I don't expect to see these guys 3-wide until maybe that of 40, 30 laps to go, somewhere in that time frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm expecting it as well. You know, we touched on some of the other drivers on who they're running with. Well, here's the 22, Corey, that of Corey Herriges, who's going to be a driver to watch out for as he is running with his team of going to be running with that of New Mission Blue team, or New Mission Motorsports, excuse me. That's their team they're running here tonight. It's going to be that of the 22, that of the 24, as well as the 42, that are all part of a team, and all over their cars are going to be having that of the 11/11 Veterans Project, which is a project that's supposed to be helping out. It's a nonprofit that supports veterans and trying to help them as they are here making the transition to that estate side. Big thanks to and big support to all of our veterans, and thank you to all their services. As we move back up to where we're seeing the 21 of Ross Tatum having the lead, he's got Will Bustler, teammates, teamwork. This is the first time we're really starting to see some team action up front, as well as behind them. They're getting 3-wide, back for that of 11th and 12th.
Yeah, there's your 3-wide moment a little bit there. They get that sorted out and try to kind of get back together to see if they can catch back up to that front pack, as they've kind of lost a little bit of time there trying to get all that sorted out. But the teammates, Tatum and Bustler up front, locked together, that's going to be a hard tandem as well. We were talking earlier about Ken Campbell and Christopher Wade, about how good those two are together, but Will Bustler, Ross Tatum, that's a pretty good duo as well. The big run from the 3 of TJ Roberts to the outside, cuts in front of the 73 of Justin Malarkey, trying to get his way up to the front. He's now side by side for third with the 07 of Kyle McCoy.
Yeah, Kyle McCoy going to be running well with these drivers. A lot of these guys that you're seeing on screen have ran in that of the Full Send Racing Series, so they are drivers that know well how to run with one another. As that TJ Roberts in the 3 machine, someone we get to see a lot on that Wednesday night is this 3. He has been very much trying to find a consistency level to be running up front, but at the same time trying to find that consistency moving forward. Again, big thanks to everyone who's been watching us here tonight, as you are watching the 2nd annual Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity race for that on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It's your 2023 Daytona 500 presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Huge thanks to everyone that's already donated. You see it on our screen. We've got our goal of $1,500. We started the night off at that of $900. Crazy to think that we hit that number before we even went live. And for anyone that would like to donate, remember to go down in the chat where you can find your donation there. The drivers are keeping it side by side. They're getting racy for themselves. And for us up in the booth, you will not miss a thing. We are going to be going side by side so that we can get a little bit of a break for ourselves. We'll come back, re-energized, ready to take you for a next stage of tonight's race. 200 laps in total. 43 have already been finished. We're going to see you on the other side. See you in a little bit.
Hi, I'm Dan Connors, and I am the founder of the gaming initiative at JDRF. JDRF is a global nonprofit that funds research into treatments and cures for people living with diabetes, and hopefully will eradicate diabetes in our lifetime. My son was diagnosed when he was 5 years old, and that's how I got introduced into what type 1 diabetes was. We had to adjust our eating habits, we had to adjust our caretaking habits, and we had to really help our son manage his diabetes so that we didn't have to worry about, things like lows, which are incredibly scary, and things like highs, which are really tough on his body and have long-term effects. So I do think there is the reality to it and the threat of people with type 1 who don't make it, and the accidents that happen, and the amount of danger around it. These are very real facts about the disease. Basically, my job shifted from CEO of a game company to pancreas, which is something you just can't do on your own. I was working at Telltale Games at the time, and we did a bundle with Humble Bundle in support of JDRF. And since that time, Humble Bundles have been a huge part of our strategy at JDRF. So we have a bundle of multiple products with people that have a connection to type 1, whether it's caregivers like myself. We've included our Max Save the World, which I worked on, or people that are developers who have type 1 and have managed to build companies and build games and develop award-winning games like Super Meat Boy and Saturday Morning RPG. These guys are heroes of mine because when I look at them and see all they've been able to accomplish, it makes me hopeful to know that my son can have those opportunities, and diabetes is something people can contend with and still do amazing things. We have some games where there are characters with type 1 diabetes that have done nice representations. We Happy Few has a main character with diabetes.
We Happy Few is a game that features a character, Ollie, who is diabetic.
When he has low blood sugar, he gets really angry and starts yelling at people at random, which is very dangerous because it's a stealth game and you have to pretend to be a normal, happy person.
One of the things that is interesting to me is the way that the medication and the need to monitor his blood sugar is actually part of the gameplay.
For me, representing type 1 diabetes in my projects is kind of it's just part of my life. So it was just a natural thing. In Super Meat Boy, we had a little enemy and we called him a Beatus. It was in the hospital level, so it made sense. In Super Meat Boy Forever, I changed him up a little bit where he's still that little purple guy, but now he'll suck you in and swallow you up, and he chews on you, and then he kind of just goes towards something dangerous. That's my weird way of dealing with this. When it comes to educating people, I think representation matters, and the idea of a little enemy you can beat you know, if you just keep at it, you do have the power to overcome it in a way.
I would say that my goal in representing type 1 diabetes in game development is just to show people that just because you have type 1 diabetes doesn't mean you can't follow your dreams.
Since my son was diagnosed, JDRF has been part of my life. They reached out very early to make us feel like we were part of a community, and that's something that I'll always remember and appreciate. Diabetes is kind of like a really evil boss, except he's on every level. He's probably every enemy, but defeating diabetes is a lot like managing a game.
Finding a cure for type 1 diabetes would mean a lot to me. Obviously, it would give me the ability to live a more normal life, not have to check my blood sugar all the time, not have to adjust my insulin and give myself insulin every time I eat. Just being able to live a more normal life and a more healthy life.
Having a cure for type 1 diabetes would be, I can't even describe how amazing that would be. Every decision I make every single day has something to do with diabetes. All of these decisions take up a little bit of bandwidth, no matter what I do, and to have that gone would be amazing.
The way gamers are and the way the gamer community is they really support each other, you know, and ever since I've been in the business, I've seen this. And I knew that if people knew that you were struggling, they would want to help. I want everyone to know that people with type 1 diabetes are capable of having great lives and doing great things, and they should be recognized for it. Celebrating the fact that people are able to push through and make so much happen despite what they deal with on a daily basis is a great thing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the misspoke. We actually don't have side by side, but still great information we got to see there from the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Again, tonight it is, yes, we love that we've got so much racing action on screen, but it's not about that. It's actually about the hard racing, and we've got a huge donation that came in over our commercial break. Derek Offerman dropping 100 bomb, making us go over and hit that 1,000 marker. Big thanks. He said, thanks for doing this, from Derek Offerman. Thank you, Derek, for helping donate to that Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Again, tonight, it is all the donations are going straight to that of JDRF. And nothing is heading our way on that fashion. Again, all donations that you put in, that we have the link in the description. Again, your name will be scrolling on screen as you see our recent donators. You also see our goal. We're aiming for 1,500. Our goal to start this whole entire thing off was just $500. Our second goal was 1,000. I pitched it out yesterday, being like, we might want to bump this up. I think we might crush 1,000. We're only 53 laps into 200 here tonight, and we hit 1,000 again. Big thanks to Derek Offerman, everyone else that has donated so far. They've been all the drivers, again, had to do a minimum donation to get into this race, and it's been incredible to watch. If you're just joining us now, we've been only one caution so far, been staying green for the majority of it. And it's been great watching, and a big support to everyone that's been in chat. My name is Sam.
People out there racing and who might have donated as well. It's such a great cause, and just shows you how great of a community iRacing has, that we can all get together and raise money for what we're doing here tonight.
It's incredible to see how this is, again, last year it was an endurance race where we hit around, I believe, $750 to $800. We thought, hey, maybe we can beat that coming into this year for season 2. We've already shattered it, but I mean, in our means, we were thinking a little bit too small. But one of the minds that really helped us get to this point, we're bringing up in the booth, Zach Hall. Zach, I know you've been behind the scenes for a majority of this. Man, how are you feeling knowing that we just hit 1,000?
Oh, that is so awesome to hear, man. Thank you first off to everybody who donated, and then thank you to Derek Offerman who just put in that $100. That is awesome to see. It's the top donation we've got so far, and every little penny matters for this. So you're helping some kids out there's life, and that is what this is all about, and help fight diabetes, the disease there, plagues a lot of people's lives. So, man, this is heartwarming. This is one of my favorite things to do. We did it last year, but I think we've done it on a much grander scale here this time and even raised a little bit more money. So it's been a pleasure to work on and get everything rolling here. And now we get to see the fruits of our labor here, get to build up towards the end of this race, because it's only a quarter of the way through now.
Only a quarter of the way through, and while we were talking, I know, Trevor, we were trying to figure out when they were going to come into pit road. I think you got a number on when you're expecting, if this race continues to stay green, or we might see some pit stops.
Yeah, looking at when we had that first caution around lap 24, we were told these guys can go about 38 to 40 laps, kind of depending on where you're at in the draft, if you're leading a pack, if you're in that draft. So, somewhere around this lap 60 to 63, 64 mark, we should be seeing these guys come down pit road. And Zach, your job, I mean, we know you're doing race control. Your job could get a little bit busy when we get these pit stops here in the next couple of laps.
That it very well could here, Trevor. I'm interested to see how these guys attack pit road for the first green flag stop we give tonight. I mean, it's been a fantastic race so far. We've seen a lot of aggressive moves, but everybody making smart aggressive moves to where the racing's been good to watch. And also, one of those moments where people are being smart with them. They're not being too aggressive. They're getting those side drafts in. And when we come to pit road here, it's going to be interesting because pit road can make or break things here when it's under green. If you make that huge mistake, you could be like one of these other drivers out here who've already gone laps down by just losing that draft pack. So got to make sure you make no mistakes. And I think this is going to be where they definitely get down to the nitty gritty of this race here once we get some green flag stops.
Green flag stops expected to really try to change things up, especially on the fact that this lead pack going to be that of 19 drivers still attached with it. Then there's a second pack that's around that of 8 seconds off of our leader. But again, tonight, we love the fact that it is all for a great cause. We're trying to donate, make sure we're a part of this incredible, journey of seeing people donating to be a part of helping a great cause of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. And for Noah Carter, just dropped down another 25. We are officially over 1K. Big thank you for donating. For everyone else that has donated before, big shout out to you as well. I know we've had plenty of people come in and try to just help us on this fundraising journey to help out the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. I mean, juvenile diabetes, it impacts so many people. I mean, type 1 diabetes facts in that of the United States. I mean, there are over almost 1.5 million people that are impacted by diabetes. 1 in 30 families are impacted by this in some fashion, and they're expecting this to maybe hit 2.1 million people to have that of type 1 diabetes by 2040 if nothing changes. And tonight, donating, you are impacting that change to help find a cure. Thank you to everyone that's helped out so far. If you haven't already, like, subscribe if you can, mainly because if you do those things, it allows our numbers to bump up, to get more people and more eyes on this event, because we want everyone that can donate to be able to donate. So also remember to share out the broadcast. Again, tonight, it is all about donating the best that you can. And I know, Zach, you've been helping a lot on trying to get this thing prepared and set up here tonight. I mean, I know I've thought and thanked a lot of people. Who do you need to thank for getting this prepared here tonight?
Well, I got to thank the mastermind of all of this. First off is Robert Moyer Jr., our producer. I mean, he's affected by type 1 diabetes himself, so to know this hits very special to home to him, and also hits special home to me because I have family members with that same condition. So I know how life impacting it can be on yourself, and to be able to put this all together and really do something like that is one of my favorite things to put together for the whole year. I mean, we did it for the first time last year, so I got to thank Robert first off for being the mastermind behind this and really getting the whole ball rolling with that. So that, and also JDRF, they've done a great job of promoting us and helping spread the word out there. And even I love the cool idea of if we hit $1,500 for our goal here, I'm going to shave my head for it. So it's pretty funny because my hair is probably the longest it's been since high school. So I'm really enjoying this race in here, and if we can get that $1,500 goal, I would love to shave my head.
I mean, if that does happen, Zach, I know we're planning. I've already announced that the goal is to have the podcast out by the end of next week. If we do hit that goal, we're gonna need a video of you shaving your head, so we can put that in the podcast so people can see what your hair looked like before and you shaving it off. Again, that is something that's been thrown out. I've heard over my ear Robert saying that he's okay with shaving his head. if we hit 1,500. So that is something that's being thrown out. If we can hit that goal, one, an incredible goal to go to such a great cause, and two, finding ways to come at us, as now going to be drivers hitting pit road. Got to be careful, as Ken Campbell, also Ross Tatum, Will Bustler, all hitting the stops.
Yeah, here come the pit stops starting here on lap 63, about when I thought we'd see these guys. So I think we're going to see another gaggle of cars come down pit road here in the next over the next couple of laps, and you got to be careful here. Can't get those speeding penalties, cannot run into each other either, getting damage, causing a caution. I mean, anything is possible here as these green flag pit stops are going to start to play out.
And drivers have to be careful. We only saw 3 come in that group. I know 4 is the optimal number. 5 is even better. Anything more than that can get tricky if you're not careful with your times. As do you want to give report Richard Wilson-Berkey was having internet issues, and it looks to be hitting him once again. He just looks to be calling it a night for that of 56. I know he was hoping for a great run here tonight. Richard Wilson-Berkey, thank you for being a part of this event. We hope to see you. I know he's going to be racing Wednesday nights. That's where we usually see that 56 machine as well, preparing for the new season, WSSR Saturdays. Next Saturday, the season begins for these drivers. They're excited for it, as we are getting ourselves prepared and ready for this pit stop. Another little bit cluster of drivers hit pit road in that second pack. This lead group, we continue to have our cameras on.
Yeah, and a couple of drivers with issues. Christopher Howell slid through his box, along with the 19 of John Ledger slid through his box, and I believe the biggest one of all of that had issues was Kevin Geiger there, also sliding into his box. It might have gotten into the inside wall, so just issues for some of these guys trying to get slowed down, as we got another group of cars hitting pit road and one in the grass.
Oh, and it's going to be that of Kyle McCoy, and the 07 gets pushed into the grass. We'll see if he's going to get hit with a penalty flag, and he will, as well as Andrew Medlin, 2 drivers that we've seen run on that of Tuesdays and also on Thursdays before. Those 2 going to be hit with a black flag. They're going to be sitting in pit road for a little bit here, as drivers trying to figure out how to prepare this next cluster of drivers. They've got to be prepared, because they can only come about 1 or 2 more laps. Trevor, this is going to be scary if some of them mess up on their pit entry.
Yeah, this could be bad. You slide through your box. If you come in on fumes, you have to back up. Maybe you run out of gas trying to get to your box, or you get shoved out and have to go around another lap. Are you going to have the fuel to get there? As we have a bunch of drivers, Altus, Christopher Norris, Nick Crawford on, and Altus gets into the back of the 65, but gets that 94 machine slowed down and into his box. I'm not sure if he's going to have a penalty from that, but the key now is not only getting in and out of your box, but you have to get hooked back up with one another, get back together as quick as you can, and start drafting around so you don't lose a lot of time to the drivers who have already made their pit stops and are already back in their pack.
Back in their pack, and we've got about 5 drivers still needing to come to pit road, and the majority of those 5, 4 of the 5, all going to be that of Texas Speed drivers getting ready to hit pit road, and the lone one that's part of this group could be that of Jake Fluman, who's just waiting for his opportunity to come into pit road with this group. And they're making the signs. Here they go, absolutely fanning out, giving each other plenty of space. But that's red number 4 is going in real fast, and he's going to be caught speeding. That's going to be David McArdle going to be coming into pit road. And also going to be that of 32 of Tyler Thomas, just too much speed. Just showing how difficult it is to get into pit road cleanly.
Drivers trying to be aggressive, get everything they can on these pit entries, and it's just going to cost them. I believe it's a 40-second hold for these guys on pit road for speeding. So most of these guys might go a lap down, might be able to hang on to the tail end of the lead lap, depending on how this all cycles out. But big penalties early on in this race. Thankfully, still a little more than 130 laps to go, so time for these guys to rebound after these pit road mistakes.
And drivers that are going to be up to speed to watch out for, that's Hunter Hayward, Justin Malarkey, that are going to be the top 2 up front, leading those that have already come to pit road. Then you've got that of seeing that of George Kovacic, as well as Christopher Norris, Cody Reed, and the rest of the field trying to figure out how to get by that of the 65 and others. And Zach, we were touching on this, just the fact of how cool this race is to see the group of drivers we cover. Last season, probably every league that we covered last season came back for another season. So we know a lot of these drivers are racing here tonight. I mean, how weird is it for you to be seeing all of these leagues that we cover, just a mosh posh out here at Daytona? Zach might have taken off, so I did not hear him go taking off. So Zach is actually gone. Trevor, just you and I. It's still weird.
Yeah,
to me.
It is. It's very odd. I mean, you get so used to seeing these guys, you know, on the certain nights of the week that they race. So it's odd seeing everybody here together, and then not in their original paint schemes that we're used to, car numbers that we're used to them being in. But I mean, it's such a great event already. I mean, 68 coming to 69 laps into this race, seeing everybody out here racing hard and racing for the cause that we have. And Sam, I mean, Robert said it, Zach said it. So the question is, if we hit that $1,500 mark, are you shaving your head with them?
I mean, I've been thinking about getting a haircut. There might be a chance. I've been thrown into so many different things to do. We'll see if we hit it. We'll find out. Well, once we get closer, we'll see if we need to throw my hat into that.
I would throw my hat into the bus, but you see, I'm already bald, so I'm kind of I kind of can't join that. But I'll be there in spirit.
Oh boy!
A little bit of contact down the backstretch.
Well, we'll have to come back to that as drivers going to be scattering around one another, slowing down, trying to get themselves up to speed, and that's going to be contact for that of Noah Carter, who's going to be slow for that of the 87. Rest of the field somehow able to hold on. And it looked to be drivers just getting into the outside wall, and that was, I believe, Cody Reed, and having some slight issues for the 25. But honestly, a lot of drivers trying to just survive on that incident. Some, you know, small little incidences like that can be great, and actually was the one who came down in the 25 in the 33 when he went back. That made that big scare, and it really hurt Noah Carter because he was at the tail end of the draft. He had to back off, and he lost the momentum in the draft. I mean, Trevor, so simple. Just one little bad blip of the throttle, and that's enough momentum to lose the draft.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Noah Carter now, as he's going to have to hopefully have somebody behind him. And he's got the 24 of Ian Ogden behind him about 3 seconds, along with Christopher Wade. Christopher Howell's in that pack, and Corey Herring. So he's got that second pack kind of coming behind them. So he should be able to fall into them, but going to lose a little bit of time as they're about 7 seconds behind Cody Reed, Jake Fluman, and Kovacic that were up there, that he was up there with. So going to lose a little bit of time to them, but should be safe to find another pack and not go a lap down right at the moment.
Huge shout out to Brandy Knox, going to be the newest donator to our fundraiser here for the charity event. $20. Heard about the fact that we're trying to maybe shave off our heads if we hit our goal of 1,500 and dumping a 20 bomb on us. Thank you so much for donating. And each donation that comes in, I wonder if Robert and Zach are getting scared, and I'm going to be nervous if we get closer and closer as well.
It's not a bad feeling. It feels pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. You know, keeps you nice and cool, or nice and hot, depending on how the weather is where you're at.
I mean, my brother's bald, and he's told me the same thing, that it's nice some days. Other days, gotta make sure you got enough sunscreen on the top of your head.
Yeah, that's the very true statement. Very true statement.
Oh man, as we have already gone through, again, we've had one caution, we got to see one green flag pit stop so far. And now we're seeing this field starting to break up away from one another, as this front pack that we're seeing on screen only are top 11. They were our top 19, and they have dwindled down. I mean, Trevor, a natural progression that we're used to seeing here with green flag pit stops.
Yeah, everybody gets kind of spread out depending on how the pit strategy works out for them. Penalties, how guys get lined back up with one another, coming back up, onto the racing surface, and that kind of spreads everybody out. As like you said, the top 9 kind of all together, top 11 kind of within a second of one another, and then about 3 seconds back to the next group of cars, and then 11 seconds back to that of about 15th place. So it just kind of shows you how spread out this race can get when we get those green flag pit stops.
As right now, drivers just pacing around, trying to find themselves in good positioning. Right now, we've got that of a total of 30 drivers on the lead lap, but there's a group of about 4 that are in trouble of going a lap down, being led by that of Kyle McCoy, that of Tyler Thomas, Anthony Cottle, as well as Joshua Altus. All those drivers had some type of issue during pit road, and you could just see the lead pack slowly catching up into frame And that's when you're getting nervous, especially when you're a group of 4 and you're running about that of 2 to 3 tenths slower than the drivers behind you.
Yeah, it's kind of a helpless feeling for these guys as they know they're trying to fight as hard as they can to stay on the lead lap, hoping for a caution to get them caught back up, but knowing that that lead pack is coming. And then what you really got to worry about is once that lead pack gets there, if they're swallowing you up and the caution comes out, you've got to try to avoid the wreck so you don't get that incident point, so you can still get that wave around if you are one of the cars that gets lapped.
You don't want to be going a lap down, but right now, if there was a caution come out, it would be Thomas Stewart in that one spot that would be getting back with a lucky dog position, lucky dog reward if he is not caught up in the wreck. That would bring out a yellow, but keeping it calm, keep it easy, and up front, drivers that are usually running with one another, as this lead pack is starting to look a little bit more interesting with the way that they're lining up with one another here, Trevor, mainly because the lead pack right now is led by Christopher Norris and that of Brian Johnson on the outside lane. This lead group, drivers for Christopher Norris, this is a great adventure for the 38. He's our social media guy. He was one of the people that we can also give a big thanks to on shouting out whenever events were going on. And Christopher Norris leading this race. He's got Brian Johnson behind him, that of Nick Crawford, as well as Hunter Hayward. Those are 4 drivers in line that are all going to be racing Saturday next week.
Yeah, you've got the WSSR, 4 guys up there on the top line. Then you got the 3 full send guys on the bottom line. And that of Will Bustler, Campbell, and Tatum all down there trying to work together. But those top 4, those WSSR guys with Norris, Johnson, Crawford, and Hayward, looking pretty strong up there as they were able to drive by those 3, and that top line kind of formed up and left the 13, the 15, and the 21 all, on the bottom line by themselves, and they're going to go to the tail end of this pack.
Yeah, I mean, like all these drivers that are in this lead group, drivers that we've talked about, Justin Malarkey, Hunter Hayward, probably the most recent drivers we haven't really talked about in recent times, and they're the 2 that are mixed and mingled as you got Full Send, Wicked, WSSR, all with one another in this lead pack as Hunter Hayward sits in the middle and he waits to see George Kovacic in the 65, driver that, at traditional intermediates, road courses and short tracks, maybe not the strongest of drivers, but when it comes to super speedways, the 65 does have some strengths, and that's something that I'm excited to see when it comes to the end of this race. If he could stay with this lead pack, how can George Kovacic try to attack this group at this moment?
It'll be interesting to see how he decides to attack this. Some drivers like the super speedways. They feel more comfortable in their ability to, time the runs, figure out what run's coming where to position themselves. Some drivers are really good at it. It's almost like an art form, similar to that of dancing. How do you lead? How do you follow? That kind of thing, and be interesting to see how that 65 machine does. And then, also up there with him, you got Blaine Wilson in the 18. Haven't talked about him tonight. He's up there with all these other league guys. Not sure if he's in any of the ones that we covered. The name doesn't sound familiar, but up here, with all the other guys in all the leagues that we cover, having a great run for himself in that 18 machine.
Yeah, I mean, that of Blaine Wilson, 18 machine runs on Wicked, as he's one of the drivers that's ran well. And for that of Blaine Wilson, the reasons why he showed up, he just loves, racing around. But this is a charity that kind of hits home. For Blaine Wilson, he actually lost his uncle in a car accident where he lost his uncle due to a diabetic emergency while he was driving, and found himself being lost. So we are so sorry for Blaine's family for the loss of his uncle, but this is the 18 running and wanting to get this win. And this is one of those races where you put a special race out where it has so much more meaning to you as a driver. And for that of Blaine Wilson, he's up front. He's got at least some people that he has raced with before. Having TJ Roberts with them, both of these guys have ran in Wicked. They had a Talladega race to start out their season a couple of weeks ago. They're actually underway with Daytona practice this week as they're getting ready for their Wednesday race. But when you've got drivers that you can see and you've running with a heavy heart, this is these races, when you find yourself up front, it almost becomes too magical at times. I'm curious to see if the 18 can get himself a win here tonight.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how Blaine navigates these last 120 laps, see if that 18 machine can get up there in the front. He's got TJ Roberts, like you said, a guy that he's comfortable racing around right in front of him, so those two might be able to hook up and make something happen here. But still a long way to go in this race before I think we start to see these guys really start to race one another. It looks like everybody now in that top, 11, top 10 group, single filing it out and running that top line, just trying to keep that momentum up, keep themselves from having to check one another up, and put some distance between them and the next pack of cars behind them.
This next pack of cars, it's going to be first driver caught up, going to be that of Backward Jr., as well as going to be seen that of the 20 of Nigel Christensen, Andrew Medlin, as well as Joshua Altus, and also going to be seeing that of the 99 of Anthony Cottle, who was caught up in our earlier incident here today, as well as Tyler Thomas and Kyle McCoy, drivers that have been caught up with some issues of, one, either caught up in wrecks, or two, they had some struggles in pit road as Christopher Norris, who's leading this race, trying to run on the outside lane to go by all of this pack, but it just seems like they're starting to break up. But here comes that power of the outside lane. If you got enough drivers that are willing to work with one another, I've been watching throughout the week here, Trevor, that outside lane looks like it's the more dominant line, but you're gonna need drivers to work with one another.
Yeah, we kind of touched on it all race long. You keep the momentum up in the cars a lot better on that outside line. It's not the shortest way around the track, but it's been the fastest way around Daytona, especially in this new Gen 7 car. Since they came out, the fastest way to get around the super speedways, just because of the way the momentum works in these things. You can really see it here down the backstretch with the run that they were able to get off the corner. They were able to drive all the way up to the side of the 07 machine of the lead that is Kyle McCoy in the 07. They were able to drive up next to him and pretty much put that whole entire pack a lap down. But that pack that they're passing right now, all drivers that had pit road penalties that we talked about, and saying we're not going to be too far off, about 20 laps from having to do it all over again, and seeing if these drivers learn their lessons from the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, learn their lesson is going to be the key thing. Have you set up and prepared for when you need to come to pit road? And for a lot of these drivers that made that last pit stop under green, they all took tires. Curious if they're going to change up that strategy, and some decided to just take fuel only. Tire wear was something for the longest time. We never talked about it at super speedway races. It just felt like there was absolutely no tire wear at all for some times. But it seems like for this Gen 7, the tire wear just seems so much more aggressive that they're dealing with.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's so much tire wear as it is tire heat in these cars, because you can get away with not taking tires for a couple of pit stops, but it's usually that third pit stop where the tires are so hot, leaving your box, you tend to slide. You could spin yourself out getting out of your box, spin yourself out on the apron, trying to get back up to speed. So might see some drivers that didn't take tires on that first pit stop decide to take 2 tires. Might see some 4-tire pit stops, but definitely, like you mentioned, with the Gen 7 cars, tire wear a little bit more prevalent here at the super speedway races than what we've seen in the past.
It certainly is something to talk about for sure, as how will they continue on? And it was interesting. I threw it out there, Trevor, to the drivers. I asked a little bit of a questionnaire to each driver. I have 3 simple questions. Why did you want to race? Did you have a special scheme, and what's so special about it? And a fun fact about yourself. Well, for that of the 08, his fun fact, he likes tigers. He said, I'm sorry, I don't have anything that's better than that. I know it's fairly boring, but hey, liking tigers is not a bad thing to have. Sometimes you need the eye of the tiger if you're going to find yourself going for a championship.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. A great animal to like. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The questionnaires are a great way to get to know drivers and what they like, what they, why they're here. And everybody's, here for the cause, the JDRF Foundation, and what we're trying to do to defeat type 1 diabetes. But, just getting to know some of these drivers and, okay, what's so special about your paint scheme has been so much fun over the last week or so.
Yeah, there's a lot of, drivers. Some of them are running their own foundations that they feel really close to. I know for that of McAdory, he's running a foundation for D1 Life Foundation. That's a foundation that's supposed to be helping out high school students that are trying to find scholarships to go to college. And he's been trying to push that, as well as for those drivers that are running that of the 11-11 Veterans Program. And then for us here at the broadcast booth, I mean, you see it, we're trying to push to hit our goal of $1,500. And it wasn't planned, kind of was just threw out in the middle of this broadcast. Zach Hall, Robert, and maybe myself, if we hit that goal, we'll be shaving our heads. Didn't think that was going to be something to throw out, but I guess it has been thrown out. Trevor would be thrown into the mix, but he's already beaten us to that. But right now, I mean, it's all about going for the opportunity to try to beat this terrible disease. And a big shout out to that Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. JDRF were the ones that threw out the fact that, hey, maybe we should do that for our goal. So hey, when you've got the actual, foundation shouting out an idea, sometimes you got to follow through with it. And we'd love if you could join us in the donations if you haven't already. Any a little bit amount helps. If it's just $1 to, I know Derek Offerman's our biggest donator so far. He donated 100, that put us at 1,000. But seriously, any little bit helps, even if it's a small amount. I know some drivers were messing with us on some of the coinage that they were putting in. I know Cody Reed in the 25, his favorite number was 25, so he donated $25.25. And if it's small things like that, we would love for any little bit, as again, this Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation is about trying to find a cure and destroy this terrible disease, and as well try to help families that are dealing with that of type 1 diabetes, as drivers continue to race this thing out, getting prepared for pit stops here in the next couple of minutes as they're 88 laps in. We look back at some of the other drivers and where they're running, as deeper in the field is where we get to see some of these other drivers. And gotta say, Trevor, this is from 12th on back, our second pack. They're trying to stay stable to close into our leaders, but it's kind of hard when you're 13 seconds off of where the lead pack is.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to try to catch back up to our leaders, but lap time wise, we're running about the same speed as that of our lead group. So these guys running the bottom line compared to our leaders running the top, and they're just not making up any ground, just kind of stuck at about that 12.5 second mark and running the same lap time. So not sure what these guys are going to be able to do to try to get back up there to catch that lead field. Might need a caution at this point to bunch everybody back up and have a chance to really race this out.
And to race this thing out, as that of seeing some drivers, that of Ian Ogden in the 24 out here on track. Also going to have that of Christopher Howell, and into pit road is going to be the 24. Not going to be able to push it out any further for himself, deciding it is time to hit pit road, as just does not look comfortable, and also has a very early pit stop as that 24 saw him have to come to a complete halt immediately.
Yeah, very early box, a very early pit stop for that of Ogden. I mean, I was thinking based off the numbers, based off our last pit stop, the 100 lap 101 to 105 is where we'd see these guys come down pit road, but she's going to come down here on essentially lap 90, and all by himself. So this is really going to hurt that 24 machine, not only losing the draft, but being this far off sequence for everybody else.
Yeah, pretty all the way back here, settling in as some drivers are a lap down, trying to figure out how to make sure they are the first driver a lap down. It's going to be that of Anthony Cottle, caught up in our one caution so far here today. And this 99, when he was asked to come in, he actually had a friend ask him, hey, do you want to run this? And he said, sure, why not? I would love to. And thought, hey, let's give it a try, see what we're going to have for ourselves. And now going to be running out there on track. And his scheme's pretty special for him, because he's using actually the same number and color of one of his favorite local cars that drivers that he grew up watching. So this is a fun scheme for himself to be out there representing the locals that also run. I mean, I know I've got a local dirt track where I'm at, and a couple of other asphalt tracks that are kind of 2 hours away from me, but I sometimes go and visit. I mean, Trevor, it's always nice when you see a local scheme that you're just like, yeah, that's mine. I like that scheme. I want to work with it.
It's a lot of fun, and brings awareness to the local tracks around you. I mean, they're getting to be so few and far between. We're losing these local dirt tracks and oval or asphalt tracks to urban development, and we understand that we've got to grow as communities. We need more housing and things like that, but it's bad. It's sad to see these racetracks go away, especially ones that you've been going to for a while. So it's always nice when a driver comes out with a local track paint scheme to bring awareness and see your favorite driver as well.
And it's also nice to see Anthony still able to be running, and surprisingly didn't have to use a fast repair for the 99 when he was caught up in that wreck. There's only been one driver that had to use a fast repair. That is the 27 of Eddie Sproul, who's back in 32nd position, as this lead group still mixed and mingled. And here's the 27 who had to use that fast repair. Doesn't have the safety net. 1 lap down, back in 32nd position. And Trevor, this is one of those spots where the timing almost has to be perfect for when you come into pit road, that you're the drivers that are still only 1 lap down, and the leaders, a caution comes out, and then you can somehow get a wave around. Otherwise, this 27 could be staying a lap down for a while unless we start to see a lot of caution-filled incidences start to mount up.
Yeah, it's going to be about timing of the pit stops. I mean, we've got a lot of cars trapped kind of a lap down from that, I believe about 25th on back, all a lap down, if not a little bit more, depending on how their pit stops played out for them that last time around. But and they're all mixed in here with this lead pack. This lead pack kind of got split up from running the top, single filed out now to where we're 2 by 2, and we've got lead lap cars, lap down cars all up here trying to figure out who's going to get the lead, who's going to get the lucky dog, or if one of these lap cars can get back ahead of our leaders and not have to worry about that at all.
Yeah, I mean, the battle for that lucky dog spot is between the 07 of Kyle McCoy, who is the third car on the inside, and then that of Tyler Thomas, who's actually going to be the 32 machine, who is directly 1 car behind that of Kyle McCoy. So both drivers stuck on the inside lane. It looks like Kyle McCoy in a good spot. As long as he's not caught up in a wreck while the yellow comes out, he will get that lucky dog position at this time, as the drivers trying to catch up to another pack, but it won't be for a while. It's still about a half a track distance between our leaders and to the next group that would be going 1 lap down and causing even more drivers to go a lap down. I mean, Trevor, interesting to see how these drivers are racing here tonight, but I am curious on your thoughts. What was the most drivers you've ever seen at a super speedway track be a lap down when you came to the finish? I know for me, maybe 15 drivers on the lead lap, and there were about that 20 other drivers that were a lap down, but I've never seen anything less than 15. Is that even possible here tonight?
If this thing stays green and we see more pit stop mistakes, kind of like what we saw in that first round of pit stops, there's a good chance that we might see that 15 car number. I think for me, I've seen that of about 12 in a full-length Daytona 500 race that I did last year. But that race had a lot of incidents in it, so a lot of cars that weren't able to finish it. But, in terms of just on track and with no cautions, I don't think I've seen anything less than that of about 20, 25. But here tonight, I mean, with the pace these guys are putting down, and Norris goes around the first stretch.
Oh, it's going to be TJ Roberts, Christopher Norris. Norris is going to be tail slapping back up into the field as everyone's able to slow down for themselves. A couple of cars caught up, and somehow they are still rolling. No required damage. And the only driver that got an issue was TJ Roberts, who got a black flag because he was caught up in the wreck.
Yeah, I think Roberts got an unsafe pit exit as he slid through pit road. Norris gets spun around. I think he got hit also by the 21 of Ross Tatum, so Tatum might have a little bit of damage. But Sam, that was right at the start of that was right at the front of the field. I mean, that could have been a huge wreck, and only that of about 2 or 3 cars with damage after Norris gets spun around there.
Well, looking at this, Christopher Norris thinks he's clear and just comes straight down, and that is a bizarre. Maybe he got bumped. I think we're going to need a different replay, maybe, of seeing if there was a bump given to the 38 that forced him to go down. But that was just him deciding to come down. It's an awkward timing for himself, and it looks like maybe he did think that he was clear to come down. Wasn't. Goes off the nose of the 3 of TJ Roberts, and both drivers going to be going spinning for themselves to bring out our second caution of the day.
And just the second caution of the day, 98 laps into this race, and man, that could have been a lot bigger of a wreck. Is right here, Ross Tatum gets into the back of the 38. The 32 barely makes it through as the 38 keeps spinning. But I mean, those are not the wrecks as a driver that you like to see when the leader gets involved in a wreck and everybody's side by side. But great driving by everybody, avoiding that and making it as little of a wreck as it was.
I mean, that's one of the things where if a leader is involved with it, when you see the leader involved, usually a lot more other drivers are caught up in that wreck. But what makes this wreck even more interesting is I don't know who's going to get the lucky dog, because Kyle McCoy was in the middle of that. Same was that of Tyler Thomas. They could drop down to the 20 of Nigel Christensen getting the lucky dog due to the fact that he didn't get any incident points, but we'll have to watch and see how iRacing wants to deem. And it will go to Nigel Christensen, who did not get any incident points from that wreck. He gets the lucky dog.
Oh, and you know, it's probably just a little bit of contact between the '07 and the driver in front of him and Thomas and the driver in front of him as they were trying to check up to avoid that gives them that incident penalty. And for those of you not familiar with iRacing and how that works, if you're a lap down car and you get an incident point, so you make contact with the car in front of you or drive off track to avoid a wreck, and you get that incident point, it will not give you that wave around. It goes to the next car a lap down that didn't have an incident point, and that's exactly what just happened to those two drivers.
Now going to be seeing the rest of the field make their decision. If you're already sitting and you didn't get the lucky dog, do you just take the wave around and maybe just trust that y'all can stay on the lead lap? It's going to be a lot of different decisions, as Christensen going to be giving us back to that at 25 drivers on the lead lap. And as the drivers are pacing, we're going to step aside. And when we come back, it is more great racing. We're at the halfway marker of our charity race for 2023, the Daytona 500, presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. The big old charity, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Donate. It's in the chat. We are trying to hit the goal of 1,500. Can we get there? Game2Give from JDRF, that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Thank you so much to everyone that has already donated so far. We are past halfway to the race. We are past halfway to our goal of $1,500. And if we hit that goal, it was an idea brought up by that JDRF themselves. We will have some of our commentators and producers decide to shave their heads. But that is if we hit that goal. And we've got in our chat to donate now. Our biggest donations have been up to that of $100. Our smallest have been just that of a couple of dollars. And any bit is helpful for that. We're trying to get money for that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Their ultimate goal, find a way to cure and destroy that of type 1 diabetes, and also find ways to help families that are dealing with type 1 diabetes. It's a great cause. It's close to home for us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, and we are so thankful to everyone that's already donated so far. If you're just joining us now, we've only had a handful of cautions. It's been mainly green flag racing, and the most recent yellow flag has brought everyone back together. And it's time to see how the second half of our Daytona 500, presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting for our second annual JDRF charity race, is going to finish out. My name is Sam Dyer. Joining me is Trevor Earhart. And Trevor, it has been a pleasure to have you up the booth with me, and what a race we've had so far.
Oh, it's been great being up here in the booth with you, Sam, and it's been a great race. I mean, like you said, 2 cautions over the course of 100 laps and 2 small cautions. They've both been 2 to 3 car incidents that we've seen here tonight. We've had long green flag runs, green flag pit stops that brought a lot of shakeup to the lead pack, and now this latest caution bunching everybody back up together right before we were going to have green flag pit stops again. A little bit of strategy playing out with some of those guys who were a lap down that decided to take a wave around here, trying to see if they can get worked bunched up together to come down pit road, top off, and stay on the lead lap.
And what's kind of scary to see is these drivers all were gifted 1 fast repair here tonight. They knew it was going to be a long race, and the admins thought, hey, maybe if we get a little bit too racy, we don't want your race to be over. All drivers had to donate a minimum of $5 to be a part of this race. And we wanted to allow the drivers to have a chance to race. And Trevor, what's more incredible, we've only had maybe 1 driver, maybe 2, that have decided to use their fast repair. And everyone else, they still have the back pocket of if things go crazy, they're still in the race.
Yeah, I believe Eddie Spurl was one of the drivers in the 27. He was involved in that first caution that had to use his quick repair. And I can't remember who the other one was that had to use his, but yeah, everybody's still got their 1 quick repair. We've got 95 laps to go, and this could make it really interesting when we get to that 20 to go mark with all these drivers knowing, hey, I can be really aggressive because I've still got a fresh car sitting on pit road if I need it.
And that other driver was going to be that of McAdory, who's going to be the one machine, who's currently 3 laps down. And speaking of going a lap down, surprise pit stop for that of Kyle McCoy, who decided to take the wave around. And what makes it surprising, Trevor, he came down by himself. He did not come in as a group with all the other drivers that decided to take a wave around. An odd situation for 3 drivers that might be all backfiring and hurting one another.
Yeah, maybe just didn't have the same amount of fuel as those other drivers had that took that wave around in that 07 machine and had to come down a little bit early. So that's going to affect those guys who took that wave around, as they're going to be 1 car short when they make their pit stops to try to bunch back up and keep what track position they can compared to the leaders.
And those other drivers that are going to have to come into pit road here very shortly, going to be Tyler Thomas, who's actually heading into pit road now, and Eddie Spurl, who's going to have to come to pit road as well. The 2 drivers come in together, and now all eyes to up front that we see at this moment. Got to see that outside lane. Kyle McCoy, he's going to be trying to find, of Ken Campbell trying to make his way forward, as they're all trying to figure out how to catch up to Kyle McCoy, who's kind of just all on his lonesome, falling back quickly as we're on lap 107. What a race this has been so far. And we want to talk about how this event is close to our heart. We want to bring in our producer, owner, and kind of the person that made this event a big thing last year and this year. We're going to bring in Robert Moyer Jr. into the booth. Robert, that of Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, I know you were the one who threw out the idea that we should do this charity. We should do a charity event. This is the charity I want to do if we're going to do a charity event.
That's correct, Sam. Yeah, we did this last year for the first annual. Didn't know it was going to kick off the way it did last year. So thanks to everybody that did the 6-hour at Daytona event and did what we did and got what we got. help juvenile diabetes. But yeah, we said, this is true to my heart, Sam, and everybody out there. I've been dealing with diabetes day in and day out since I was 20, as we watch that number 32 get out of the way there. Since I was 20 years old. So I live with it day in and day out. And, I'm the type of guy that don't ask for no pity. I take care of myself and do what I need to do. But it's true to my heart that I don't want to see kids live with this. And, we keep doing what we need to do, and hopefully we can, get a cure for this, and people can be able to live their lives, as normal as possible. So, again, thank you to everybody out there that has tuned in, has donated, has shared this event, also likes, and, everything that comes to it. So it's just awesome to see everybody in the community of iRacing, come together there, Sam.
It certainly is, and I still think that it's crazy. Last year, probably one of the biggest broadcasts we've ever done at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. 6 hours of endurance racing. Endurance racing in general was something brand new last year.
Especially
we
for
thought,
us.
hey, we weren't able to get the endurance racing because we couldn't get the scheduling right. But hey, us doing a 500, something that we know, oval racing and stock cars, it's a pleasure to have. And Robert, again, a big thanks for being the owner and allowing us to put on something like this and having the idea of putting a charity event on. And anything else you want to talk about or share as we are coming up to lap 111, which is going to mark 90 laps to go.
Well, I'll share a little bit. You know how I am, Sam. A lot of these drivers know how I am, and some of these drivers don't know me at all. They just come in here and they're doing a great event here. But my nerves were shot at 4 o'clock because I was so nervous about this event and putting on a good event, putting on a good show here Freaky Fast. And only having 2 yellows and 111 laps now, these guys are putting on one well of a show. And I surely cannot wait to see what's going to happen at the end of this race. I got a funny feeling it's going to start to heat up and everything. But again, thank you to all the drivers and all their drivers' family, friends, and everybody that is helping make this possible. And hopefully it will turn out good here at the end. But don't forget though, Sam, there will be another charity event. We'll have our number 3 next year, so we'll start promoting that by the end of the year of this year. I know we just started here in February, but hopefully we'll have our 3rd annual, and by that time, 3rd annual, maybe they'll have a cure. That's the goal, right?
It's the ultimate goal. That is what we are looking for, and that's why we're donating. And again, in the chat, you can see our Tiltify link that will send you directly to where we are donating, and your donation will be shown on screen, as you can see by our recent donations. It's been scrolling on by, and as well, you'll see our graphic move up. Again, any little bit helps. If it's just a simple $1, it's a couple of cents, or like Derek Offerman did, drop just $100 or more. It's any little bit helps. Again, it's finding a cure and also trying to find ways to help families that are dealing with type 1 diabetes. Trevor, as Robert's up here in the booth with us right now, are there any questions that you have for him or anything you want to say?
It's such a great event that Robert's put on last year. Like I mentioned, being a driver, and then this year being up in the booth. Can't say enough about that. I have members in my family that have battled diabetes for a long time, so I understand how it is on those people, and never having dealt with it, I can only imagine seeing what these guys go through. And for Robert to put this event on for such a great cause, trying to find that cure so people don't have to go through that hassle day in and day out, it is just such a great thing. And seeing everybody in the community just come together as well as just makes you feel really good about it. And then these drivers putting on a great race for us tonight. Like Robert said, I was kind of with him. I was nervous about how this was going to play out and what we were going to see, but so far, racing's been great, and it's nice to have Robert, up here talking with us instead of just kind of being in the background running everything for us. So I got to give him a huge shout out. I mean, every week in, week out, every broadcast for Freaky Fast. He does such a great job putting on everything for us. And Robert, we couldn't be working for a better person and a better company than Freaky Fast with the production work that you put in behind the scenes.
Well, I appreciate that comment, and I couldn't do this without my team, with you guys and Sam Dyer and Zach Hall and everybody here at Freaky Fast. I can't do this all. It takes teamwork to get it all done. It takes ideas, and it takes things to keep drawing attention to iRacing itself as a game platform. And thank you to iRacing for letting us use their platform to have this fundraiser and continuing on. I mean, there's multiple fundraisers out there. It's just not Freaky Fast. We have other ones out there from other broadcasters that do a great job. So, but I do appreciate them comments. So, well, we're going to get back to a little bit of racing here, though, Sam, because this stuff here was calming down a little bit, and it looks like it's calming down. Except for the backpack of this half here, we still have cars going 3 wide here, trying to figure out where they want to be.
Yeah, the big thing here is we've been seeing a lot of lap cars that have been trying to cycle their way through this lead pack, and then they get to the tail end of the group where they're trying to do side drafting. They're trying to keep themselves at least close to some matter to close in the speed and keep themselves up front. And that's why we're seeing all these pockets building up where you get close to someone's quarter panel, it flares up, kind of adds a parachute to the back of these cars, and that's what's causing them to slow down in momentum, speed, and losing touch to the drivers in front of them. Now, if they can get away from side drafting, they can build that momentum back up with the draft if you're within a second of the driver ahead of you. But you've got to make sure that you are in a state where you are not getting side drafted by another driver. And as we're seeing here, they're closing back up. And Trevor, the way that drafting works is always interesting to watch it visually. It's a lot easier when you see drivers closing in, backing away on how the flow there works. But at the same time, we're trusting on something invisible for the drivers to go and catch up to one another.
Yeah, you're trusting on something you can't see out there, and you can see it on track how it works, how drivers are able to close in on one another. What happens when they get to the car right in front of them, give them a push, how well they can close in on somebody's 3 wide down the backstretch. Big move from the 32 on the 64. Thomas Stewart getting shoved into the middle, a little bit of contact with the car on the wall.
Thomas Stewart going to be launching right up into the outside wall, and the big one strikes here at lap 117. Drivers not playing nice on how they wanted to get back onto the track and on the surface on the entering turn number 3, and it carried all the way through until the exit of turn 4. And that is going to be our 3rd caution of the day. And that's a bizarre one to see. I mean, it seemed like we were playing nice for the majority of this race. And right there, a little bit of body slamming going around.
Yeah, it started with the 32. Tyler Thomas got a big run on that of the 64. And went to his inside. He got to the inside of Thomas Stewart there in 3 and 4, and not sure what was really going on there, but they got together and it sent the 64 up into the outside wall, and you see everybody trying to scatter here to get away from it. I believe the 91 Martin Morales is involved. The 99 again involved in another incident here tonight. Not sure if he's got any required damage, but first big wreck of the night here, Sam, on lap 117.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out exactly how that incident started. I mean, it all started going into turn number 1. I think there might have been a little bit of connection reasoning for some of the contacts and why drivers couldn't get away from one another. And that was the ultimate thing that kind of made everything implode, was just drivers were not able to get a break away because of the way some of the connectioning was, as the 91 tries to get rolling and makes a little bit of contact as getting by trying to get through traffic there. As man, a lot of different incidences. Our first real big wreck. We've seen a couple of small ones hit. This is going to reset the field and get them ready to get rolling. A big shout out to that Rich Jameson, who's been running on Saturdays with the WSSR, as that season's about to kick off next Saturday. He's going to be donating $20, saying happy to help, and we are so thankful that you're happy to help, Rich, and everyone else that's donated so far. Again, it was an idea brought up by that of JDRF of, if we hit our goal of 1,500, we hit that 1,500 goal, somebody or multitudes of people might get their head shaven and be losing their hair. So we'll see if we can hit that goal. Who wants to help out? Who wants to see Robert, Zach, or even myself get their head shaven off? We'll find out. Trevor is lucky he gets off of that, but hey, the drivers are settling in, so have we. We're past halfway. Again, tonight, all about charity, all about trying to go for a good cause, and that is the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Tonight, the charity race, this is our 2nd annual one, the Daytona 500, presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It's been a pleasure to be a part of. It's been incredible to watch the donations come in. Again, last year, we thought maybe we'll get $200 or that. Robert, I don't know if you still have your mic hooked up or not, but our goal was so minimal last year. We kind of blew that out of the water when we saw that we hit around $700, $800. We didn't get the exact numbers because we weren't tracking it like we are this year.
Right.
It was around that number range that we hit. We beat that before tonight even started, and now we're trying to hit a goal that doubles what we had last year.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to show to the drivers, like I said, did not try to, keep repeating myself here, Sam, but, it goes to the drivers. It goes to the leagues, too, these drivers. And we broadcast, these drivers throughout the week in different leagues, different nights and everything like that. And like you said, we kept track a little bit last year. And I believe we raised like $700, $800, something like that for juvenile diabetes. And like you said tonight in the beginning of the broadcast, we set that goal at 500. Well, within not even a week, we hit that goal. And we were like, maybe we need to bump it up. So we bumped it up. Well, we shattered that 800 goal even before we went live here tonight. And now that number just keeps growing and growing and growing. And that's just for everybody out there watching, tuning in now that couldn't race. We do much appreciate it. So, yeah, the juvenile diabetes out there in chat and YouTube said if we hit that 1,500 mark, maybe somebody should shave their head. And instantly, me and Zach said we'll do it. So that will give me a chance to actually use my new webcam that I got, and you'll be able to watch my wife shave my head. So it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen out there, to see if we can hit that mark.
Good cause, and for us, we're proud to be doing these the fun little moments. I mean, you can grow your hair back, but for these children, we're trying to find a cure to destroy this terrible disease.
And if we don't hit that goal, still, we appreciate every dollar that was put into this for the support. So, I mean, everybody's got a goal for something, but, as we're going back to green here, these guys here have a goal. They want to get that win and say, look, I won the second annual Juvenile Diabetes here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, and, get a screenshot of something to be able to share around social media.
Yeah, I mean, to say that you've won the second annual one, our first Daytona 500, it certainly would be a mark. And for a lot of these drivers, again, we cover 5 different leagues throughout the week. WSSR has been on their off break, but 4 of the others have been going. That of the ISRC Truck Series, Full Send Racing Series on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, the Wicked Racing League, Thursdays, Stars and Stripes. And we got a mixture and a mosh podge of all those drivers that run in all of our different leagues running here tonight, as well as people that just showed up from hearing about this event, saying, oh, someone's doing a charity race. It's a Daytona 500. I want to be a part of this. And it's been a pleasure to see these drivers working with one another, as you're seeing the factors of bump drafting, drivers getting some big runs, trying to move forward in the pack as Christopher Wade gets bounced out. But it's been incredible to see everyone be a part of all the action as drivers deeper in the field, 3 wide, and I think they might be starting to feel that pressure. It's time to move forward. Also want to give a big shout out to some of the drivers out there that have been doing a great job running up front. We've seen plenty of people that have donated way more than the minimum $5, but we've had more people donate recently. Anonymous donating $5. Adam Buzzio just donated. Sorry I couldn't be there. So glad to see a great turnout though. Adam, we miss you. We wish you could have been out there on track, but thank you for donating and being part of the cause. Again, our goal originally was $500. We bumped it up to $1,000. We had to move it up to $1,500 this morning because we weren't sure if we had a feeling we could beat $1,000 just because of the number we were already at, but we are moving pretty quickly here to go towards our goal.
You're getting really close to that goal and getting close to the end of this race too, Sam. So gonna be a race to see if we can hit the goal. Race to see who's gonna win this race is a big block there from Hayward up to that top line, covering off the 13 of Will Bustler. Is these guys starting to get racy as these laps are winding down quickly here?
Certainly are, and starting to see some drivers wanting to get up front. Some have been up front for the majority of the night. Others have had to make some big moves to get up there. Oh no, driver scattering. That's the 91 that I saw go to the outside. They are all colliding. Calamity. The Trioval is where the next caution hits.
And Not sure what happened there, but 91 of Martin Morales involved. I think the 38. Christopher Norris is in it. The 98, I believe, of Fluman also involved in that incident. And another caution, Sam, and cautions tend to breed cautions. And we're getting to that point where these guys are going to be aggressive. So this is going to get interesting to see how these last, 75 laps or so are going to play out.
Watch out, that teal, that Monster Energy drink's going to be trying to squeeze in the middle, and that hole shrunk quickly. Mark Morales kind of get pulls down in the middle lane, sending Christopher Norris down into the grass. Mark Morales gets sent up into the outside wall, and this is when everyone tries to squeeze on by. 91 tries to stay in the outside lane, but I think at that point, everyone else trying to slow down from all the other carnage that allows other drivers to be sparking around. You see that of the 42 and others just piling in.
Yeah, everybody trying to get slowed down. And it's so hard to see in these race cars when it wreck
the
right
19.
in front of you is, big contact there.
Wow.
I believe that's the 19 of
Yeah.
John Ledger involved, and not sure who that was that got into him, but hard contact for the 19 machine as these guys try to get slowed down as best they can to avoid the wreck.
As it looks to be that of George Kelvisic, Kevin Giggard, as well as Ian Ogden, that of John Ledger, and Christopher Norris, as well as Anthony Cottle, all going to be finding themselves with required damage forced to come into pit road. And luckily for all of them, they will have fast repairs to work with. And that's the one thing that we kind of had a sensation about here, Trevor, was the fact that we were on that second half of this race. Drivers had their safety net of if they wanted to drive more aggressive, they could. And if they get caught up in damage, they've got that fast repair to work with. And that was our first showing of drivers willing to get aggressive because they know they had that safety net.
Yeah, getting aggressive, but the issue with it is though we still have 75 laps left in this race, so that aggression a little early, and they're a little earlier than I think some of these drivers might have liked. Now having to burn that quick repair, and you still have about that 70 laps or so to go. Pretty good distance in this race that you've got to navigate through now, knowing you don't have that safety blanket left.
Yeah, safety blanket is for some disappearing, and talking about the fact that our goal now of 1,500, it was just a number that we hoped that we could hit. Well, now there is a reward of if we hit the 1,500. Zach and Robert have already thrown out and said, hey, we'll shave our heads, as JDRF were the ones that threw out that idea. Thank you for giving us the idea to work off of. And Zach Hall donating $20, saying my hair is ready to be gone. Well, as he is saying, hey, if we hit that goal, it's on, and we are now officially at $1,110.
Wow.
Who is ready to try to help out and see if Zach and Robert's still going to have their hair by the end of the night, as we still have 75 laps to go here in this race. It's crazy to think we were just at that of $889 when we started, right before we hit the live button. When we had officially started talking, we were at $900, and we've raised over $200 since we've been live. Thank you to everyone that's been a part of this. Again, like, subscribe. Those numbers help to push our channel out to other people, so then we can get more people to view and see this cause, to donate. And if you can at this moment, we love it if you could like, for one. Then for two, share the stream, share it out to family members, those that you feel like, hey, this is a great cause that we want to share and show off. And we would love to have everyone participate the best that they can, as this is for a great cause. This is all for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. That's the second annual charity race that we have done. Last year, it was a 6-hour endurance race that we did at Daytona. This year, it's the Daytona 500, and the drivers have been pretty clean. We've only had 4 cautions, and we're thankful for everyone that's been here with us. For myself, Sam Dyer, for Trevor Earhart joining me up in the booth, Robert Moyer, who's been running productions and commentating, Zach Hall, Brandon Colley, Cedric Hunter, who've all been running race control in the background, Christopher Norris, who's been doing social media, that of Brian Johnson, who's also been helping out with writing out the rule books and giving notifications to people to get everyone prepared. So many more people we could thank for this event to happen. And as well to everyone at JDRF that helped out in some way for this event to run as smoothly as it has. Thank you to those who've donated. There's too many thank yous. And Trevor, The racing is just about to get ramped up to the most intense part of the night.
Yeah, I mean, we go from that of just kind of seeing guys ride around, not be too aggressive with their side by side racing and their side drafting, to we're at that point of the night now where if you're deep in the field, you've got to start making moves to get up to the front. Probably gonna have about one more pit stop that these drivers are gonna have to make it to the end of the race. And I think we're going to see everybody start to get aggressive. We already saw it there with the last two cautions. Drivers getting aggressive, willing to go 3 wide. And it's only going to get more aggressive from here on out, Sam. And I cannot wait to wind down these last 70 laps.
And I'll wait for it as up front, going to be Hunter Hayward, Will Bustler, Ross Tatum, Justin Malarkey, Ken Campbell, that of Cody Reed. Going to be up front, ready to get rolling. Pace car is off, and we are back to green flag racing here tonight for that of our second annual JDRF charity race, the 2023 Daytona 500, presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting, is roaring down into turn number 1.
It's Hunter Howard with the lead, followed by Will Bustler, Justin Malarkey. Those three with a great restart for themselves, getting away from the field. You've got Ken Campbell, Cody Reed with the push there with the 11 of Brian Chu trying to follow them. 21 of Ross Tatum stuck to the outside, but he's going to get a little bit of help from behind as now the 15 looks to go up to the top, but he's going to leave the 73 of Justin Malarkey up to the top side by himself. But here comes the 21 of Ross Tatum, the 53 of Christopher Wade. They found themselves together. Those two have hooked up now, trying to work their way to the front.
Trying to work their way up in the front, and I gotta say there, Trevor, got a fan that's donated that of Nick Alves, $10 for that of the charity. Great cause. Hi, Trevor. Great broadcast.
Nick Alves, one of the drivers I race with on Wednesday nights in one of the leagues that I run. So great to see those guys turning out to not only tune in but to help out with the great cause. Much thanks and appreciation to those guys over at the Racing Revolution. Those guys are great. We appreciate all the help for the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation.
Like we said, we've got plenty of drivers that are from leagues that we cover, and tons of drivers we have at Freaky Fast Broadcasting have never gotten to cover before, and it's been a pleasure to see them running up front. Some have already called it a night. That of Richard Wilsifer has already called it a night, as well as that of Thomas Stewart. 2 drivers are done. 37 cars still out on track, and it's the outside lane as the sun's trying to figure out if it wants to set or not, blinding the drivers through the tri-oval, but it's up front. Hunter Hayward, Justin Malarkey dominating this lead group as we get a sense of what it's like riding in the middle of this pack.
Yeah, riding on board here in the middle of the pack, just seeing where do you want to go? What do you want to try to do? There's room at the bottom. You can go down there and try to generate and run. We're on board with the 7 machine. Alex Coffey here at the 7. Seeing his point of view here, where do you go? Everybody's kind of stacked up on top of one another. You can see just how hard this is on the roof cam, Sam, how hard it is to really see what's going on in front of you.
Yeah, we get a great view of it, but this is going to give you an even better view of the blinding sunlight as they're going through the tri-oval. But that sensation of if you're directly behind someone, I mean, Trevor, you can't see anything at this moment. You don't even know that there's a car, 3 cars in front of you.
No, you can see the rear bumper of the car in front of you really well. It's in front of them, especially down the straightaways, that you really can't see the cars in front of you. You can see them in the corner, like we can here on board. You can see the top line. But when you get to the backstretch right here, they kind of fan out a little bit. But when he closes up on the rear bumper of the car in front of him, there is nothing you can see. So if the incident breaks out, you're just kind of hoping that you pick the right line when you start seeing the smoke start to billow.
I also hope that everyone's going to be communicating clearly that you're able to slow down or check up as this field continues to rage on. As a big shout out to that of going to be that of Tony Bennett, who runs back in 19th place in the 28 machine. Tony Bennett, one of the drivers that realized in the early goings of us setting up this session that and trying to get the process ready for the amount of drivers we're going to have, that the setup just was not as stout, the default setup that the drivers were thinking about using, and actually helped and assist the admins to make sure that they had a setup that was stable to allow this great racing. So huge thanks to this 28 machine who also helped and donated, as we're seeing everyone just trying their best to hold on. As up front, Ken Campbell, up front, Ross Tatum, Will Bustler, and the lead group, I gotta say here, Trevor, starting to look a little bit scarier. We talked about that of Ken Campbell, Christopher Wade. If they somehow could get in line, it could get dangerous. There's one driver in between them, and that's Ross Tatum.
Yeah, and Ross Tatum's a good guy to have there. I mean, your top 4 with that of Bustler, Campbell, Tatum, and Wade, all drivers that race on Tuesday nights in full send, all drivers that work really well together at super speedway races, and guys that we've seen have success there. So not surprised to see these 4 up front, but it's that 50 and that 53. If they can get together, we know how well those 2 work together, along with the 21 and 13. So if they can switch lanes here, this could be a 4-horse race up here that can kind of really control the front pack and control this race.
And they certainly can control it. Outside lane is going to be seeing that of Will Bustler trying his best to hold on. You saw that up on top moving slightly earlier. That's Casey Campbell, who's going to be donating $20. Thank you so much to everyone again who has donated. And what a time to donate. Ken Campbell leading the way for that of the 15, hoping that he can keep the lead as the 15-13 trying their best. There's a great shot of Ross Tatum with his Game2Give logo on the hood. They've been a great partner for us here, getting ready for this charity event. That's what tonight was all about. And if you haven't already, please share the stream. Let's get as many eyes on board to try to donate for a great cause here for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. And Trevor, they're starting to get a lot more antsy in the middle of the pack, as well as over the radio. They're starting to get a little bit of antsy on. Drivers starting to lose a little bit of cool because they want to be up front to win this race.
Yeah, drivers wanting to get up front, not feeling like they're getting the help that they need from the drivers behind them, and kind of just airing their frustrations. Joshua Altus stuck 3 wide back here with the 98, the 11, and is going backwards is that 94 machine, who I believe is back on the lead lap after some issues that he had. And Sam, that's the one thing we hadn't touched on with these last round of cautions. We went from that of about 25 cars on the lead lap all the way back up to 30 cars now on the lead lap. The 12 of Andrew Medlin, the first car 1 lap down. So the field now, we were talking about how many might be left on the lead lap right now, back up to 30 race cars still with the chance to win this race.
And this lead pack going to be 23 drivers all still together, as Joshua Alt is going to fall all the way to the back. Hey, if you're watching in the chat, if you've got a driver you're rooting for, you got a team or a group of drivers, put it in the chat. Who do you think's going to win here tonight for that of our charity race, the Daytona 500? We have got ourselves closing in to 60 laps to go. It's 65 right now, and anyone that is on the lead lap still has a great opportunity. But who do you have? Who are you rooting for? Let's get that chat activated. Who do you think can win here tonight? Or if there's someone you want us to talk about, put their name, their number. We'll give them a little bit of a shout out as well. As up front, a driver that has found their way up front, and it's 4 drivers in line on the inside. It's Wicked Racing. It's TJ Roberts. It's Alex Coffey. That'll gonna be seeing that of Blaine Wilson, and also Nigel Christensen, all in line.
This is the best part about this, Sam. Not only the cause, but just seeing these league drivers all get together and push one another up to the front. Like you said, all the Wicked guys there on that inside line trying to work together, get up to the front, battle the 13 of Will Bustler, who's leading right now with a big shove from the 73 of Justin Malarkey, and then the 48 of Hunter Howard up there, Hayward up there, as well as the third place machine or third position. Those 3 working really well together in that outside line.
Also some drivers that we haven't really seen up front in a while, all the way in that 3rd lane. You see it in that of the teal, the orange, and the white. That's going to be Brian Johnson, who is leading the majority of this first part of the race. He's now going to be cycling through, but watch out in the middle. That's Texas Racing, who's all trying to get in line with one another. They all have similar schemes. They just changed up what their primary colors are, and there are all 5 of them in line with one another on the outside in the middle of the pack. But yes, you might get your group that you want in line, but how do you get them all moving together as one? You got to force the issue, and that's what we're seeing now. Drivers sending it in the middle.
Yeah, it's the 32 of, I believe, Tyler Thomas in the 32. He's going to the inside of Andrew Medlin. He's actually battling Medlin to be that first car 1 lap down. So this, if these 2 get together and cause a caution, this could be big as almost a little bit of contact with the 15 of Ken Campbell. But that Texas speed group trying to work together, make that middle lane work, and get 3 wide racing going here at Daytona.
Trying to ramp things up. You got a faster pair. Majority of the field does. They're thinking, hey, let's just get a little bit more racy. Let's put on a show as we are closing in on that final little bit of racing action. This last quarter of the race certainly is going to get ramped up. There's a lot of drivers that know how to get up front quickly and they're going to be trying to make some passes as they are getting themselves excited. And right now also, we're about halfway until we're expecting these drivers to make their final pit stop of the race potentially. If they can get the timing right, they should be good to move on as drivers wiggling high-low wherever they can go. And it's the inside lane that's taking off right now.
Yeah, the big move there from TJ Roberts with the help of the 7 of Alex Coffey to the inside of Hunter Hayward, Howard Hayward up there on the front. Big move from those two to get to the inside line, along with the 18 of Blaine Wilson with helping those two. But just showing you, when you've got those runs, you've got to take them as these laps continue to wind down. You cannot be cautious. You've got to be aggressive with your runs when you get them.
And it's going to be all that of Wicked Racing, who's working well together on the inside. That Nigel Christensen kind of got blocked away as Hayward trying to come down, thought he had space, wasn't fully cleared. And the 48's going to have to get back in line with the outside drivers. It just seems like everyone on the inside, if you can get a good momentum push, you can go forward. But really, it seems like that if you get a good momentum on the inside, bounce up to the outside lane, that's where the true speed is at. 60 laps to go here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you with being with us. No, racing action's getting crazy, but we got one more commercial action to give to you, and then we take you to the end. Thank you so much to everyone that's donated so far. To the high ones, such as that of Derek Offerman, who's donated $100. To those that have just donated a couple of cents, it is all worth it for the cause. And we'll be back for more charity racing in a few moments as the drivers get ready for pit stops. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second annual Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity race here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It's our 2023 Daytona 500 presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Tonight, it's all about the charity. How do you donate? Well, we got a link in the chat as we are trying to hit our goal of $1,500. If we hit that goal, our producer, Robert Moyer, our race control, that of Zach Hall, have already said they're willing to shave their head if we get to that goal. And big thanks to JDRF, that's the Juvenile Research Foundation's YouTube channel, who came in the chat and gave us the idea for it. Is, oh no, there they go. Gonna be scattering around in contact, but somehow they keep it straight. Nope, there they go, the wreck of the caution.
And at the front of the field again, and this is the second time we've seen a wreck at the front of the field, but this time more cars involved. As I believe the 25 Cody Reed, the 21 Ross Tatum involved, along with the 73 machine I saw go around at one point. Justin Malarkey involved as well. And Sam, here we go. The racing's getting intense, and we see it right there as cars get spun around in turn number 3.
And required damage going to be given to that, and Noah Carter, Alex Coffey, and Justin Malarkey all going to have to be forced to pit road. Going to have to use that fast repair. Luckily, all 3 of those drivers do have their fast repair, so the race is not done just yet. As the timing of this yellow couldn't be any, in some drivers' points of view, worse. For us, exciting, because it is right before these drivers can think about making a pit road. Trevor, we're expecting pit stops, but can they make it from here?
Based off of what we were told, I don't think that they're going to be able to. I mean, lap 147 here, we were told about 40 laps on fuel, so this is going to put them at about lap 190, so they're going to have to come back down one more time to top off before the end of this race. But it was going to be really interesting pit strategies. We had about 10 guys that were going to be due down pit road in about 10 laps, and another group of guys that were going to go about 10 laps after that, so it was going to really split the field on pit strategy here. But now everybody's going to be on the same page, and question's going to be, if we get another caution, which drivers decide to come in top off, which drivers try to save that little bit of fuel so they don't have to make a late race stop.
And after that incident, going to keep our eyes out on drivers that might be getting the wave around. Tyler Thomas was the driver that was supposed to get it. I don't know if he was able to keep himself out of trouble, and it looks like potentially he didn't. Andrew Medlin might be taking that spot, as I don't know if we have the replay for that incident, and sadly we do not have that replay, as our software did not have that pickup, and we are so sorry for that. But we will we'll try to get the next one if there's another yellow that comes up. Again, sorry for not having the replay there, as it was just a bad bump up front between the Wicked Racing drivers and got that of the 3 out of shape, and after that everyone kind of slid back up into the field, causing drivers to spin out and bring out the yellow. Again, 3 drivers had to use their fast repairs, but luckily all 3 drivers are still good to be racing. Up front, going to be giving that to Hunter Hayward, Blaine Wilson, Brian Johnson, Will Bustler, and Jake Fluman. Going to be the top 5 drivers here tonight. Well, at the timing of that yellow, I was going to talk about, hey, donate. The reasoning why, again, is because we've got our goal of 1,500. The goal is to hit that, so then we might see some people get their heads shaven and lose their hair. It's a fun gesture. It allows you, the chat, to have a little bit of power in that way of what happens to us in a funny matter. But we, again, need your help to hit that goal. And the charity that we're having is for that of the Juvenile Research Foundation, which is supposed to be helping to find a cure. That is their one goal that they're looking for. This is the same charity that we had last year. We reached out to them, letting them know we were doing this, and that's why you see Game2Give all over the screen. It's because they were actually someone that came to us as well, and we partnered up to make this event possible. And big thank you to that of JDRF for coming together with us on this matter. And it's a charity, again, also, they're trying to find that cure, and they're helping families that are dealing with that type 1 diabetes in any way that they possibly can, with financial help and other needs and necessary so that families might have. So if you'd like to donate, link in the description. Again, I've seen a couple of people already chiming in, sending in their donations. You can donate, have something to be read. We'll read it off if it's professionally and okay to read. If it's not, we won't say anything, but we'll be gladly to have your donations to help a great cause. But Trevor, thank you for joining me up in the booth. It's been a crazy race. 3/4 of the race is done, and we're got another quarter to go. And for myself, my name's Sam Dyer. Trevor Earhart's with me as my Robert Warrior Running Productions, and everyone else, thank you for being with us. But again, Trevor, here we go. This is the part of the race where things just ramp up to another level.
50 laps to go. You can't really be patient here. You're going to have to work your way up through the field. I mean, 32, I believe, cars on the lead lap now. So, I mean, if you're back there in the low 20s, all the way back to the 32nd Ross Tatum, you've got to be aggressive to get up to the front to have yourself a shot. But also got to remember, there's still a possibility of one more pit stop for these drivers to make based off our fuel calculations. So if we get to that point where green flag pit stops do happen, got to get on and off pit road cleanly. We saw how chaotic they were when we had the first round of green flag pit stops. So something that these guys not only are going to have to worry about, but also how they get through the field is we're back racing green.
Back to Green Flag Racing. You might be wondering what's the link you're looking for. It's the tiltify.com/plus freaky-fast. That is the link. You want to press that. That will send you directly to the link to be a part and able to donate, where we can track to see who's donated, who's a part of the counter, as we are waiting to see it continue to move forward. As that for Hunter Hayward, Brian Johnson, they are up front, staying where they're at, but here comes Blaine Wilson on the move to go forward.
Wilson with a big shove there from the 13 Will Bustler. He's got Ken Campbell behind them. Those top three trying to line up together, but it's the tandem draft there from the 13 and the 18 that really allows Blaine Wilson to get out to the lead, but choosing to stay up there in that top line, not choosing to go down and cover off the 48 of Hunter Hayward. Blaine Wilson staying up there with the 13 of Will Bustler. Is that top line really starting to form up and look strong here?
It really does look to be finding some good momentum. Enough drivers willing to be on top of one another and bump drafting, or being close enough to allow some bump drafting. They are moving forward in a quick manner, as some drivers really have talked about for a lot here tonight. One of those is going to be the 70 machine of Christopher Howell, and Howell has been one of those quiet drivers, but he's now moving on up. Main reason he wanted to sign up, well, he wanted to help raise money for this event and for a great cause. Also, he's a driver with the WSSR. He's been around and has been on that at Freaky Fast Broadcasting before. Wants to help support all the great people that are involved with this great thing, and ultimately it's for that of JDRF. It is great fortune for him to be a part of this and helping any way possible, as they're wrecking and having troubles in the back half of the field. It's going to be that of Ryan Thomas. He's going to find himself trying to survive, as Christopher Norris, actually the 38, the driver that got spun around.
You see Norris there spinning through the grass trying to get that 38 machine under control. It'd be interesting to go back and see what happened that caused this. And it looks like Norris might have a broken toe link here, Sam, and that 38 machine might have to tow to pit road.
And he is right there, and that is a worse place to find a tow, because it either can be a toss of the coin if it's really quick, or if it's going to take forever to get into his box. And he does have required damage for that of the 38 machine. He was gifted that donut flag, or a required damage flag. It's a black flag with an orange circle, gifted to drivers when the system of iRacing decides you have too much damage and you are unsafe to be out there on track. As we take a look at this incident, watch out for the 40 machine in the blue. Christopher Norris going to be in the gray and black on the inside. And watch out for this. Trevor, I want your thoughts on it. It seems like it's a loose sensation here from the 40.
Yeah, it looks like he just got loose on corner exit of turn number 4, comes down, and for Norris, I mean, nothing that Norris in the 38 could have done, just gets clipped in the right rear, spun up into the wall, and don't know if he gets hit here by anybody else. Looks like contact there. Not sure who that was, but a little bit of contact there. You can see the toe link broken on the 38 machine, and that car, once it comes to a stop in the grass, isn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it is going absolutely nowhere. That's going to be the 42 machine of Kevin. Jajar going to be part of that incident, as going to be seeing how the 42 doesn't look like the 42 has any required damage, but for Christopher Norris, that could be a race-ending contact, as he is going to be actually finding himself in pit road, getting damage repaired. I think he had already used his fast repair, so Trevor, he could be in there for just a couple of minutes, but that's a couple of laps down, and he's already 2.
Yeah, again, the time it takes to tow plus the broken tow link, and depending on how bad it is, it looked pretty bad there in the replay. That could be anywhere from, I've seen them, 30 seconds to all the way to 8 minutes. And based off of kind of how that looked when Norris went spinning through the grass, looks like it might be an 8-minute repair for that 38 machine, which is a shame for Norris because we saw him, Sam, up front leading this race there for a little bit, kind of at the halfway point before he thought he was clear and came down across I believe it was the 3 machine of TJ Roberts that sent them both spinning, that I believe cost the 38 his fast repair.
As drivers get themselves settled in and ready to go. I know we were talking about the 70 machine, Christopher Howell. He's running a special scheme, as it is a GA special scheme that he created in support of the JD. Going to be in 10th place as that 70 machine. As special scheme, just wanted to run a special one to support that of the JDRF and bring awareness for the cause, and a special scheme to see, and it looks nice with the sun setting and getting to see the reflections on the 70.
Yeah, it looks good. Really nice, clean scheme there from Hal. And like you said earlier, driver that we hadn't talked about a lot tonight was kind of the head of that second pack that was about 5-6 seconds back from our lead pack, now deciding, hey, it's time to go, time to be up here. Worked his way up to that of 10th position. So Hal doing a really good job running a clean race and a really good looking race car here tonight.
Also, another driver that we haven't really talked about is recycling through 33 machine. We haven't really talked about him, as Talmac's just been slowly making his way forward, racing with the 4 of David, and also seeing a couple of other drivers. These are looking at the schemes of the Texas Speed. They're all similar stars with their base color changing up. And Trevor, I think that's probably one of my favorite team schemes, is when you have a base and you just give different drivers their own primary color. Yes, as us as commentators, it might get tricky at times when you're like, oh, which driver is that? But also kind of assists us in a way of, well, we know that driver's primary color is that. It must be this driver.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see teams come with a team scheme. So it makes it easier as well on us knowing, hey, these 4 or 5 drivers are all together because, hey, they're all in the same car. And again, just great shout out to all these drivers showing up tonight, donating for the great cause that is JDRF, and taking part in this race and coming out with these fun team schemes, fun special schemes for not only our charity but other charities that are near and dear to these drivers' hearts.
You're going to see here Ross Statham. This is a scheme that was made by Will Bustler, Will Bustler's second place. He's got a different variant of this scheme. And I see they're swapping out the black for the white and keeping that pink tail, as well as get to see some other drivers. That's from that of the 1111 Veterans Project for the 22 machine of Corey, trying to keep himself up front, as well as the other 1111 Veteran Project team cars. There's the 19. And yeah, seeing similar team schemes, easy to say, hey, this is the team schemes that we're looking for. This is when you know alliances are made. But up front, they're stacked up, ready to get back to racing. Thank you so much to everyone that's already donated. A link will be set in. It's the tiltify.com link that you want to press if you want to donate to help out with the cause of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. It's for the kids. It's for charity. And oh no, they're already in the grass. It's going to be the 19th scattered in. Oh, another driver's able to stay on the grass. They point straight, and we're going to stay green. The reasoning why, the caution did not happen with drivers on track. And a scary spot there, Trevor, and that's going to hurt for some of the guys that are deeper in the field.
Yeah, it's going to hurt for those guys. It looks like maybe a driver didn't take off in the right gear, caused everybody to check up, and who that might affect the most with some big contact we got in the back of the 19 of John Ledger there was the 08 of Brian Johnson there. Big damage. Might be big damage to the front end of that 08 machine as he made heavy contact that sent the 19 through the infield grass.
One of the words you used was tank. That's what these cars sometimes feel like they can be. As we're looking at a different angle here, it's hard to tell if there really is true front-end damage. He's keeping up the speed, at least keeping close to the driver ahead of him, as well as having the assistance of Nick Cropper behind. That's going to help, as well as this lead pack starting to get a little bit more racy on where they want to be on course. As we are in the final quarter, a lot of the drivers up front all still have their fast repairs except for a couple of them. One being the 7 of that of Alex Coffey. He's already used this fast repair, as well as that of Ian Ogden, who's going to be another driver to watch out for. Those two drivers up in this lead pack, and if they get caught up in another wreck, they could be just like Christopher Norris and be back into pit road.
Yeah, they could be, but we're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. These guys starting to get aggressive here. Then you see Howell get a little bit of contact with the 53 Christopher Wade, and back up here at the front again, the 07 of Kyle McCoy. He had a pit road issue early on, got caught a lap down, struggled to make his way back up here, but he was aggressive in the first half of the race when he was up at the front, now running back there, and I believe that of about the 10th or 11th position, depending on how they draft out. Working his way back up to the front, so we expect to see that 07 car get aggressive here and try to work his way to the front of this pack.
Trying to get up front. How do you get yourself in a position to win this race? Is it too early to make this charge up front? And you want to make sure also that you don't collect any more damage if you can. Well, we're in the final dash. If you haven't already, let's like, let's share, let's get this video out there as the drivers are seeing the sun dripping down. They are starting to wonder, will the lights click on? If we get more cautions, we could be seeing the lights turned on. But let's try to get more eyes on the fact that this is a charity race. It's all about donating. It's all about getting all the donations to that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. And if you haven't already, any a little bit, it works. You know, if it's cents, if it's dollars, doesn't matter. We love to have any little bit. The goal, find a cure for type 1 diabetes. And this is a cause that's so close to our hearts, and as well, trying to figure out how to find a cure and support families. That's what JDRF is for. As big thanks to everyone who's already donated so far, as we're coming up to 41 laps to go. It's been a good one out there on track. The driver's been racing for about 2 hours and 25 minutes. And Trevor, we talked about fatigue all the way back at that of lap 30. I mean, I would imagine they're starting to feel it now.
Starting to feel it not only just mentally, but probably a little bit physically. I mean, being stuck in the you know, depending on how these drivers sit inside the sim rig for this long, this many miles, or at an office chair up underneath your desk, you know, really could take a toll on you. But so far, these guys still doing a really good job being aggressive with their bump drafts, being aggressive with the side drafts, and making it clean and good up here at the front of the field, even with how long they've been racing.
They've been racing as aggressive as they can. It's diving down low, going to be that of Kyle McCoy, who was caught up in penalties, actually. He was lapped down at one moment, 07 in the middle of this race when we were having green flag pit stops, and now about to be taking the lead here on lap 161, which, if this was in that of July back in the day for that of the, you know, the Coke Zero, or, you know, the July Daytona race, this would be the time that this race would be over. They still have another 40 laps to go, and these drivers trying to get themselves situated, prepared for this final dash. And with that fatigue also, got to think of the drivers recognizing it's go time. Are there going to be any fault and relapses of mistakes? Got to make sure that you're trying to be aggressive at the same time. Don't want to just throw away this race. And for those that are watching, thank you for joining us. Again, share out the stream. We want to get as many eyes on that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Donate. You can get yourself out there of the recent donators and have your name scrolling. And if you put a message with your donation, we're willing to read that out, as we've had plenty of other people do that. We've had Zach Hall. He's our race control this evening, also commentator for Ricky Fast Broadcasting. If we hit our goal, we are willing to shave our hair off our heads, which means Zach Hall already typed in, hey, my hair is ready to be gone. And he said that when he donated. Also, we've had other drivers not able to run, but still donating. If you're out there wanting to support juvenile diabetes, their goal, find a cure and find a way to stop diabetes for everyone, and as well support families, as Kyle McCoy, Will Bustler still leading the charge, as we're going to put in the chat the link to the donation. It's the Tiltify link. And let's try to go find that cure by donating.
Yeah, right now, Kyle McCoy with the lead, Will Bustler to his outside, Christopher Wade, Hunter Hayward right there, Ken Campbell looking to the inside of Hayward down the backstretch, not really finding any help there, and that kind of killed that inside line momentum now, that top line The 73 of Justin Malarkey, we saw him get caught up in the earlier wreck. He's recovered now back up to third, along with the 27 of Eddie Spurl. He was one of the first cars, Sam, that had to use a quick repair here tonight, I believe, or one of the second cars that had to use one. He's up there now battling for third position as he jumped out of the inside line in front of the 07.
He was actually the very first one. He was caught up in that first wreck that we had all the way back at lap 30. And this 27 has fought Claude. He was a lap down for the longest time, and he is now getting up front and trying to make a move. And, you know, sometimes when you see drivers get caught up in some messes, it's always seems to be the ones that are caught up in the early wrecks or mistakes. They've got the time to rebound and come back and maybe recover what could have been a squandered moment for themselves. And that's exactly what Eddie and the 27's doing right now.
And doing a really good job working his way back up through the field after that incident. I mean, up here, trying to find the lead. King Campbell's now going to get shuffled into a 3-wide situation. He's got TJ Roberts to his inside through the tri-oval as they try to figure out who's going to take that spot away. Campbell's holding strong in the middle. He's got Altus to his outside. A little bit of contact, though, sends Roberts down low. And Sam, that's something.
Boy, watch out here. Lap traffic. Squeeze everyone as they're trying to get by that of the 19 of John Ledger, who's going to be on the outside and is squeezing motion. They're 3 wide deeper in the field. They can't go 4 wide. That could cause some calamity as they've got to play nice, and they're not playing nice. They're wrecking.
A couple of the Texas speed guys involved. I believe the 7 as well got caught up in that of Coffee. But the Texas speed team with a little bit of contact, and a couple of those guys go spinning through the infield grass.
And also Anthony, that of Cottle, going to be involved with this one. Already used their fast repair and gonna have to go to pit road. Broken toe link for themselves. Ross Tatum gonna have to be forced to pit road. So we're getting our replay set up here for that incident. Talked about the fact that when you're trying to set up for incidents that come up as a new driver with a blown engine, it looks like James Hackworth Jr. gonna have to come into pit road with required damage. And for Hackworth Jr., luckily still has a fast repair to work with. But Trevor, when it's your 3 wide lap traffic this late in the race, there's safe places to go, there's unsafe places to go, and there's just also trusting drivers. And I think at this point, drivers just are not sure where to even go.
Yeah, the 3 wide in front of them with Ledger coming back through the field, and then I believe it's Altus in the 94 trying to figure out what he's going to do. But this kind of takes place behind him. It looks like a little bit of a squeeze there from Coffee in the 7 to that of, I believe that's the 32, sends him around. The 99 gets caught up in that. Second time he's been just kind of blindsided on the backstretch. So unfortunate for the 99 machine. You see the 4 there go spinning through the grass. I don't think he gets a lot of damage in this, Sam. David McConnell in the 4. It looks like he just kind of gets that a little out of shape and gets back going again. But you see Coffee there spinning, Medlin right there, Ross Tatum in the 21. I think that could have been a whole lot worse than what it was, considering where that wreck was and how it started.
Yeah, it really could have been a lot worse. I know for that of Cottle in the 99, he got the brunt of it, especially on the fact that he doesn't have a fast repair to work with. That it could be a race-ending moment for the 99, who really at times was up front earlier in the race, was trying to make that charge back up front, was not able to stay there. And well, it puts everyone into a spot where they should be good now to make it to the end here, Trevor, with this pit stop. Some taking just fuel, some taking fuel with tires. This is the kind of what could be the money stop of the night.
Yeah, money stop right here. This, like you said, is going to make everybody good to go to the end here on fuel. But the question is, do you take the tires? Did you not take tires? Do you want to get, just fuel only, get back out there, gain as much track position as you can? Or do you feel like tires are going to be that important to you that you take a little bit of extra time to take those tires and kind of fall back a little bit? But it's going to shake up our running order, Sam. And with that of about 30 laps to go when they go back racing, this is going to get really good.
It certainly is. As leader right now, Justin Malarkey, went back to see some of the early drivers that were trying to get themselves into this race. Justin Malarkey was driver number 2 that donated and was saying, hey, I want to be a part of this race. He donated $10, said thanks for being a part of this way back. It's crazy to think about it. About a month and a half ago was when he decided to get into this race. We talked about how drivers, all they had to do was just a $5 minimum, but it was so great to see drivers that decided this is more than just me. This is more than just me wanting to be in this race. I want to donate more than that. And a huge shout out to Andrew Medland, who donated $50. Ken Campbell, 20. Got to see some other drivers donating 25. Gavin Rogers, I know he wasn't able to race here tonight. Also Christopher Wade, he's the number 53, donated 53. A couple of other drivers that weren't able to race but still donated. Robert Hill Jr., as well as drivers that had some poor nights but still helped the cause. Thomas Stewart, $20 for himself, and also that of Christopher Howell, who again said, hey, thanks for inviting, and I'm more than grateful to be a part of this cause and to help those in need. And that was his message when he donated to be a part of this race. And still, it's available. Go hit that Tiltify link if you haven't donated already. Join those that have already donated and be a part of the great cause, as that of Jeff Kelly and Hunter, $25 from them in the newest to donate. Thank you so much to those that are donating right now and have already been a part of the donations. We are so thankful for it. Updates on drivers. Talk about Anthony Cottle. No more fast repairs for himself. He is going to be done for the night for the 99, joining that of Thomas Stewart and Richard Wolsifer. As we are getting ready to get back to green flag racing action, we're coming up to the final little bit of this race. If you haven't put it in the chat, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win this race here tonight and say that they won the first ever charity race of the Daytona 500, our second annual charity race? Last year, it was a 6-hour endurance race as drivers were preparing for the 24 hours of Daytona. Well, now drivers getting some practice for the Daytona 500 that's going to be happening in the next week or so, as we're back to green flag racing, and it's Justin Malarkey sending them down into turn number 1.
And Malarkey with a good restart there along with Kyle McCoy on that outside, but 98, or the 98 of Jake Fluman there on the inside with a pretty good push there from the 48 of Hunter Hayward, but those two not able to keep the 07 from jumping down, as now the 73 and the 07 lead the way, followed by Fluman, Hayward, Bustler in that outside line, but the 48 going to jump up in front of that 13, who's got the 53, Christopher Wade, pushing him, and then TJ Rogers trying to push the 98 back up to those top two.
Just a mixed bag of drivers that have been up front for the majority of the night. Some are finally making their leap charge to get into this race. One of those we haven't really talked about, trying to still crack into the top 10, the six machine, Jonathan Burt. We have not said Burt's name all night long. The reason why, he's been sitting back in wait, and he's trying to catch up to where Malarkey is right now.
Yeah, Burt, another one of those drivers that I think we've seen kind of in that backpack all night long, just taking it easy, riding it out, but now noting that it's time to go. That six machine moving his way up to the front. He's inside of the 70 of Christopher Howell, trying to move up a couple of spots, but he's behind the 25 of Cody Reed, and then right in front of Reed, 32 machine of Tyler Thomas. I mean, he was a lap down at one point and involved in an incident. He's recovered now up to the 5th position as TJ Roberts goes to the outside. Almost a little bit of a contact between the 98 and the 48, and Malarkey throws a block, and they're going to be 3 wide through 3.
3 wide for second place, as it's going to be that of Kyle McCoy on the inside. TJ Roberts in the sucker hole going backwards as everyone's trying to scoot down, get any type of draft help to allow the 3 machine not to go too far back. That TJ Roberts has been so strong as a lead driver and as well as a pusher, but they're scattering behind. Watch out, drivers trying to hold on, and they'll do so for a little bit. Seeing drivers scattering down on the apron, trying to get back onto the racing surface. That's going to be Bennett, and also that of Brian Johnson. Somehow, they keep it straight there, Trevor. That should have been a big one.
That should have been another big wreck there in front of the field. Cars get together. They keep it straight, though, but it's going to cost those guys a little bit of time, as they're still 3 wide up here. The 33, Tyler Thomas in the middle now, but he's going to have room to go up behind the 3 of TJ Roberts. But as I say that, Roberts drops down to the bottom. Altus is now going to fill that groove and leave the 33 stuck in the middle.
See the 33, that going to be soon. Tolmac trying to find some attention and some help if anyone's willing to, but he just continues to fall back, finds a little bit of opening, and now it's the push, the jostling, high, low, anywhere you can find a hole to go forward. You're taking at this moment as we're coming up to 25 laps to go here. very shortly. And it's Jake Fluman, who we watched qualify at the start of the broadcast, that 98, leading the charge on the outside. He's got Will Bustler to his back bumper. He's also going to be having that, going to be Christopher Wade settling in weight. That inside line, try and find help as we ride on board still with the 33. He's almost found an opening and finally will to move up to the outside lane.
They finally found that opening spot. There's a lot of track position though being stuck in the middle, but you can see how spread out the packs have gotten now with that little bit of contact back to the 6 of Jonathan Burt all the way back in the 16th spot. He's on the back end of this lead group, and then about 30 seconds to that of Blaine Wilson in 17. So just showing you.
Oh boy. And it's going to be seeing drivers that of the 24 and the second pack having to try to slow down to get by the smoke. And whoo, it's going to be that Ian Ogden that's going to be one of the drivers completely parked and just sitting there for now. And it looked to be the 33 and some others trying to figure out how to get through as we're going to look at this replay. Just a lot of drivers trying to poke their nose. And again, we're getting late in this race. You've got to be figuring out how to get up front at this time, and some aggressive moves, get some drivers in trouble.
Yeah, I think it was the 33 to the inside of Talmic there, and the 33 got to the inside, and just a little bit of contact made as they were just trying to be aggressive there. You see moving to the inside, trying to take that run that he had, just not quite down far enough, makes a little bit of contact with the 24 of Ogden, sending Ogden back up the racetrack. But everybody doing a really good job here. I think the 3 of Roberts gets involved there. But other than that, everybody doing a really good job. You see Jonathan there in the 6 goes by. The 32, I think, gets a little bit of his teammate there as well. But everybody doing a really good job getting through that. It is, again, another wreck in the front part of the pack. And then the second pack doing a really good job getting slowed down for this.
Well, it was all good except for one driver that we were kind of hoping that would not have been involved in a wreck, and it's an odd fluky one. It's going to be the 27 of Eddie Sproul, who's going to be caught up with a required damage flag. Already used their fast repair back at caution number 1, all the way back at lap 30. Required damage, going to see that 27 hitting pit road, hoping that's maybe one of those quick toe length fixes, and toe length is around that wheel well section. If you hit the tire, usually that's where the toe link's going to be broken. It breaks the tire in the way that it's going to be moving properly, and it can be fixed within, Trevor, both you and I have seen it. It's either 30 seconds or 8 minutes. There's not a real middle ground there, and we're hoping that's a quick one for that 27 to get back out there on track, as well as TJ Roberts, forced with a required damage flag, but the 3 machine does have a fast repairs in his pocket.
Yeah, good thing for the 3 of TJ Robertson. Weird little incident for the 27, because I kind of went back and looked. I didn't see him make contact with anybody, Eddie Spurl there in the 27, but could have just missed it. I didn't see him make contact with anybody, Sam. So weird kind of incident for himself, and hopefully that is one of those just quick little fixes for him to get back out there.
Hoping that's just something real quick, it's real simple and easy as drivers getting themselves ready, and we're coming to the final 25 laps of this race. And if you're just joining us now, thank you so much for joining the fun. 25 laps to see who's going to win that of our second annual Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity race for 2023, our Daytona 500, presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Tonight, it's all about charity. Yes, the show is fantastic. You're seeing on screen of drivers trying to get their win here for their Daytona 500. They're just racing for charity as well. There's no money on the line. You donated just to be a part of this event. And for these drivers, it has been a pleasure to watch how clean they've been. Yes, the second half of the race has been a little bit more cautions building up, but this was known that we were given a fast repair. We knew they were going to be a lot more risky here in the later half. But if you have not donated already, or you haven't shared already, this is the perfect time to do so. Our goal, hit that of $1,500. If we hit that goal, there's some of us on staff at Freaky Fast Broadcasting that are willing to shave our heads for hitting that goal. Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation is a foundation that's trying to help find a cure for that of type 1 diabetes. It's a terrible disease that affects so many people. Over 2 million people deal with it worldwide. just in the United States, it's almost 1.5 million people deal with it. It's 1 out of 30 families are dealing or impacted by type 1 diabetes, and they're expecting 2.1 million people to have like some type of type 1 diabetes by that of 2040 if there is no change at all. And anything donated, if that's just a couple of cents, if that's $1, if that's, you know, our top donor right now is $100 from Derek Offerman, which big thank you to Derek Offerman for that. But any little bit helps. We're trying to find that cure, and that's exactly what JDRF is doing. And on top of that, with their extra money that they grab, they're going to be giving that to help families that need help financially. So it's a great cause. We're proud to have them for the 2nd annual charity race with that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. For myself, Sam Dyer, Trevor Earhart, who's been with me during this whole entire race, for our producer, Robert Moyer, who also was talking earlier, for Zach Hall, who's running race control and also has been kind of the mastermind behind the scenes on making sure everything was running smoothly. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far to be a part of this journey. Thank you so much. As we are getting ready to get back to Green Flag Racing, go to that donation, hit the link. Let's see if we can hit our goal. Let's see if you can't even donate, that's totally fine. At least share. That's helping in some way. Share the stream and let people know about that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation to try to find a cure today. Drivers are stacked up, they're ready to go. It's gonna be Fluman, Bustler, Christopher Wade, Brian Chu, and that of Nick Crawford, your top 5. Who is winning this race? Let's find out as we're back to Green Flag Racing.
And Fluman with a great jump there. That's gonna leave Bustler and Wade fighting for 2nd place, with Chu trying to figure out who he wants to work with. Cody Reed's there. Nick Crawford falling back a little bit. The 07 of Kyle McCoy now up there. Fluman's going to block. Bustler's going to take it to the outside and cut off the 11 of Chu. And man, these moves are getting aggressive.
Give him a little bit of the do-si-do with the 13. He went high, he went low, and he went right back to the top, finding some help from the 11 of Brian Chu. Will Bustler, Brian Chu, that of Cody Reed, Kyle McCoy. That outside lane is ripping, and they are flying right now. Now dropping to the inside lane, going to be seeing that 70 machine. Christopher Howell trying to make his move forward, but man, Will Bustler, what a move there, Trevor, by the 13 who's going to lead this lap.
Will Bustler did exactly what he needed to do. Faked one way, went the other way, and just kind of left the 98 of Fluman out to dry there. But Fluman now with a big shove to the back end of the 70 of Christopher Howell, bringing that 70 machine and that inside line back up to the front.
Be up front, kind of be hoping to get the 70 machine. Fluman absolutely putting the pressure, trying to get a great launch on the exit of the corner. A little bit of a bad bump, had to force the 70 to back off just slightly, but it's going to be the outside lane. Ryan Chu, just too much momentum. The 11 giving the better bump to Will Bustler, who's going to have that of a car and a half length lead over the 70.
You can see right there, Chu just was able to get locked onto the back bumper of the 13 a whole lot better than Fluman was on the back of Christopher Howell, and just showed you how much of that helped them down the backstretch. But through the corner of the 70 and the 98, able to bring that gap back just a little bit. But down the straightaway, that outside line just showing that they can carry the run a little bit better than that inside line. But as I say that, the 98 gets locked to the back bumper of the 70, and here they come to the front.
Coming to the front, going to be seeing how can they get up front. We got a supporter for that, Annette Crawford in the 74. Thank you so much for your $20 donation as we continue to race on, coming up to 20 laps to go as the drivers ramping their way forward. It's the 13. You're seeing that inside lane a lot straighter than the outside lane there, Trevor. That's giving me the cue. Maybe the inside lane's where you want to be.
Maybe it is. I mean, we've seen the outside line be so dominant all night long, but this inside line looking like it's formed up a little bit better than that outside line. You kind of see everybody kind of starting to move around back there with the 07, but Howell deciding to go up to that top line, jump in front of the 13 of Will Bustler. That's going to allow Wade now to get to the back bumper of the 98 of Fluman and maybe push the 98 up to the lead.
I mean, that was a very interesting call by that Christopher Howell. He was looking great. I'm wondering, though, was that a strategic move? Maybe because of the fact that Fluman was running a little bit hot. That's something we haven't touched about all night long, the temperature of these engines that the drivers are dealing with.
Yeah, one thing we haven't touched on at all tonight is, is it wrecking in the back?
They're wrecking in the back. It's going to be Tall Mac and others dashing into that of the inside, on some of the outside wall, some through the grass. And there's TJ Roberts going to be sliding around the grass so slick. It's going to be the 33, though, I believe. That's going to be around the catalyst of this wreck. And drivers not happy with the way that incident went down. And yeah, it was the 33. It was the catalyst and the start of this wreck as getting the replay set up. Trevor, we are going to be less than 20 laps to go. It's crunch time. If you're deeper in the field, we got a total of 32 drivers, might be that of 33, that are going to be on the lead lap. And here we go.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, a lot of cars still left on the lead lap, left in this race, and left with a fast repair with 20 laps to go. So this is going to get very aggressive, I think, very quickly once we get back racing. But looking back here at this caution with Talmac and looks like Alex Coffey, looks like the 33 just tried to move up into a hole that wasn't quite there. And the 7 spins off the 12's nose. That's Andrew Medlin. And the 12 collects the 7. I'm sorry, not the 7. The 3 of TJ Roberts gets collected. And I think he had already used his fast repair and he's called it a night here. But driver's just going for a gap that's not quite there, Sam.
That is exactly right for TJ Roberts. That contact to the inside wall, that is not a safer barrier. That is a hard, solid concrete surface that you're hitting. And for that of the 3, his night is done. He is out of the server, does not have any more fast repairs. And for the 3 that was up front, looking so strong at times, you hate to see it for a driver that was going for everything there late. Some drivers going to have to come into pit road, get some damage repair for themselves. Crazy to see, as for those that are rooting for that of the Wicked Racing team, they are been dwindling away from being up front. They looked so dominant in that first half. And I'm looking through the field here, Trevor. That of Nigel Christensen, the highest runner of all of the Wicked Racing League drivers, in 16th place. His other driver that he's looking for, that's going to be Ryan Thomas in 21st position. And then Alex Coffey, who just got some pit road repairs back in 29th.
Yeah, those guys, I mean, they were up front there for a little bit, right near the halfway mark. We're looking good with one another. And then just with all the cautions and incidents have been separated and drivers with more damage than others haven't been able to get back together. But maybe here with 20 laps to go, they can get back together, get back up toward the front and see what they can do. But Sam, we've got 32 cars still left in this race, 33 drivers, 33rd, Joe McAdory, 1 lap down in 33rd. So, I mean, still a lot of drivers out here and still a chance for Joe to get back on the lead lap and have a chance here.
Yeah, and I know Joe has not been having the best night for himself. He had to use a fast repair pretty early on, and he has been trying to get back on the lead lap. 1 lap down is that one machine. And still in pit road is Alex Coffey and Eddie Sproul that are hoping to get back out there and hoping not to go another lap down. Expect to get them moving here shortly as lead pack is hitting that of the Trial-Volt. We're getting ready to stack up. It's less than 20 laps to go. And now, Trevor, we talk about the timings of when you got to get aggressive. Right now, this is it. You've got to make your moves now. There's no other time to wait anymore.
Now, 17 laps to go. 16 laps to go when these guys get this restart. There's no time to wait, no time to really be at the back of the pack, especially with how the runs work in these cars and how hard it is to kind of make your way through the field when everybody's 2x2 like they're going to be possibly 3 wide. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of 3 wide as drivers try to make their way through the field. So you got to be aggressive. And for a lot of these guys, especially up front, still got that fast repair. So we saw how aggressive Bustler was with the fake to the inside to jump back to the outside. Very well could happen again up here on this restart.
It really could, as Christopher Howell, Will Bustler, Fluman, Chu, Wade, Reed, McCoy, Crawford. That going to be seen also Malarkey, Thomas. That Tyler Thomas going to be your top 10. Ready to get rolling here tonight. Again, big thanks to everyone that has donated so far. It's been a pleasure to watch the donations come in throughout this race. Thank you to everyone that donated before the race even started, during the race. And if you're just watching this now, you can still donate. If you're watching this after the broadcast is over, it is still possible for you to go donate. Even now, go head over to that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. They have donation links there that you can just donate throughout the year at any time. Yes, this is a great charity event that we're putting on now, and we put time and effort to make sure that it was as big as it possibly could be. But that doesn't mean that it stops today. It continues on moving forward as, again, JDRF looking for a cure and a way to stop that type 1 diabetes disease. Drivers getting ready. Pace car is off. It's time for us to get back to green flag racing, and here we go as they head down into turn number 1.
And Hal gets a great jump there on the field, but going to be kind of left out here on his own as he's got no drafting help. That's going to allow the 13 of Bustler, the 11 of Chu really close in on that 70 machine. We'll see what Bustler decides to do. He's going to stay right behind the 70. No, goes to the outside of Howell. So bring the 13 up now to the lead as Howell's going to have to fall back to the 98 of Fluman.
Fall back to Fluman, and going to be seeing Hal, Fluman, and also that of Hal work together as they're going to be 3 wide. A little bit of bouncing action going to be happening behind that of the 98. They're wrecking behind. There they go. Altis, Wade, others down into the grass. Some going back up onto the track. We got to be careful as more drivers piling in. It is pandemonium heading down into turn number 3.
And more cars still stacking up in the corner as everybody tries to get through it. And Sam, just like that. I mean, drivers trying to be aggressive, make that 3 wide work. And I think it all just started with a bump that went wrong that got everybody scattered out. And when they came back together, calamity ensued down the backstretch.
And drivers going to be caught up in this one as the 27, Trevor, he just got the repairs done. He just got done with required damage, and he gets collected with more. Same for the 42.
Yeah, just such heartbreak for Eddie Spurl there in the 27. I mean, involved in the very first caution of the night, had to use his quick repair, was trapped a lap down a majority of this race, works his way back up. As we look at the replay here, looks like
bad bump.
Bad bump sends the 07 of McCoy up into, I believe that was Altus in the 94, collects Wade involved in that. The 20, the 18 all caught up in this. You see the 73 going through the grass trying to avoid it. And right there, it's the 20 coming back up the track that I think is going to collect a couple more drivers as he slides up toward the outside wall.
Sliding up. And, oh, yeah, no, not able to slow down in time. Was the 27. Other drivers facing the wrong way just continue to drift backwards as more contact, just everyone starts to just pile in. And it's difficult. I mean, these tires are hard. As you see the 42, he just continues just to let that thing drift and taking out a couple of more drivers with them. And then we see drivers finally able to take off. But hey, it's late in the race. You're racing for pride more than anything. You don't need to be a part of this race. And for some drivers, it's just go, send, and be where you can be at the end of this race. And if you're caught up in a wreck, well, hey, we'll see if we're still surviving after everyone bounces off and I'm done being a pinball machine.
Yeah. See how the car feels after the wreck, and if we can keep going, maybe save that fast repair. That might be key here. With what I think we're gonna have about that of 10, 11 laps to go when this thing gets restarted. So these guys can get the damage fixed, save that fast repair. They might still have a shot to win this race. I mean, we saw James Hackworth Jr. there get a little bit of damage there at the end of that. I mean, Sam, he was a lap down pretty much the entire race from the start of the race, and was up there in about that of 15th position when that wreck happened. So that 23 machine just goes to show you, if you stay in this, get a couple of good breaks, you still have a chance at this.
You certainly do still have a very good chance of getting back into this thing. And we got a lot of people rooting out there. I know that of the Texas racing team, they are proud to be shouting out their drivers. We're hoping for the best for all the drivers out here. I know I got to talk to the majority of them and get their thoughts on how tonight's race was going to be. A lot of them, it was because their friends were racing for this. Others was for a good cause. And for some, it was just they wanted to have their first time ever doing a Daytona 500. There wasn't a lot of pressure doing this for a charity race. And, you know, for some of these drivers, for it being their first time, yes, 10 cautions for some races could be a lot. But for a Daytona 500, 500 miles, with how clean the first half of this race was, Trevor, this is a very successful race for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and only that of about 3 hours into the race. So, I mean, it's gone by really quick. We had a quick caution there at the beginning, but then after that, went really good for a while there. And the cautions that we had, Sam, weren't necessarily big cautions. We had a couple of 2-3 car spins there. The last couple starting to get that Daytona feel in terms of number of cars involved in a crash. Still haven't quite seen the big one. I think the most we've seen is about 4 or 5 cars. That one, I think, had about eight cars in it, but still haven't quite seen the big one yet. But here with that of 13 laps to go, that could change.
I know, Trevor, you're still. I mean, you've done a couple. You've done a full season, with us as commentators. You're still kind of new. That is the key words of, well, we haven't seen it yet, and that could be the sign. We're coming up to 10 to go. We do have overtime if needed. If you have a driver out there that's already used a fast repair, better cross your fingers, cross your toes, better knock on some wood, because there's a chance we could be seeing some of these drivers caught up in something as we are getting ourselves ready and set to get back to racing. But again, the ultimate goal, we love the racing action on screen. We love the fact that this is getting closer and closer to the end. We're ramping up, but it's all about charity. If you can go down, we're going to put the link again in chat. If you haven't donated already, donate. If you haven't shared already, hey, get out there and start sharing, because this race is about to ramp up. We're about to get back to green flag racing. Who is winning the second annual JDRF charity race of 2023? Let's find out. Into the restart zone. We're green with Will Bustler, Ryan Chu, heading down into turn number 1.
Also there with a little bit of a shove from the 25 of Cody Reed, gets out to a pretty good gap. He's going to go straight up to the top to try to cover off the 11 of Brian Chu, who's got Nick Crawford behind him, as those two try to work together. But Bustler definitely feeling like he likes the outside line better. We've seen that 13 machine up there, up top, pretty much all race long, choosing to go up here on the restart, allowing Cody Reed to get to his inside with help from the 70 of Christopher Howell.
There were a few drivers caught up in an early incident just to not get through the gears properly. That was going to be James Atward Jr. as well as going to be that of George Kovacic. And the driver that got spun around was Alex Coffey. Coffey coming now all the way back in 31st position. First car a lap down all by himself, and also dealing with some slight damage. But up front, we're seeing all the drivers stacked up side by side, coming to 12 to go. And if you're in the top 10, you still have an opportunity. But if you're any deeper than that, you are going to need to make some heroic moves. Force it 3 wide. Hope to find a gap that you can move high, low, and just find a spot and find the lane that's moving forward. This is going to be taking a lot of help. If you've got spotters, you're in a good spot. If you're doing this by yourself, good luck, because it's time to ramp it up. 12 to go as they hit the backstretch.
And Fluman, first car to make a big move. Oh, the wrecking behind, contact with the 28, boy. The 11's involved, the 33's involved. Cars spinning all over the back.
We're green. We're keeping it green, though. That is what's going to be the incident that's going to cause a lot of drivers to go down low. But the accident, all the drivers that went sideways were off the racing line. They were off the racing surface, on the apron, in the grass, and it's going to keep us green. But yellow flag strikes as drivers had to park it to bring out the yellow.
Caution comes out, and that could have shaken up the race right there, Sam. Had that stayed green, I mean, that broke up the entire front half of the field. That could have got really interesting, but now drivers chance to catch their breath one more time, restack this, and do it all over again.
And awkward timings for those drivers. What actually brought out the yellow was the 19 and 32 making contact with one another. As the second group of drivers were catching up to them, the 19 was stopped in the middle of the track, and that's what officially brought out our yellow. As you're going to see here, the 19, this is everyone trying to survive. It's going to be the 32. He hits the apron, and that launches him back into the grass, clips the 19, sends him back up into the racing surface, and luckily he locked it down as the rest of the field able to get by.
Yeah, that's what causes the caution. Good move there from John Ledger, locking the brakes, making that, getting that car to stop and not causing any more carnage in turn number 3, but that does bring out the caution. But big break for all the drivers involved in that wreck, though, as now they get to catch back up to the field and reset,
re-prepare, and get ready for some crazy restarts, because we're still coming up to 10 to go here tonight, and the drivers getting ready for a last dash in the end. Well, this is also your last opportunities to be on the stream, being able to donate. You could donate whenever you would like after the stream is over as well. But if you want to see your name be on the recent donator and also see that bar moving, this is it. Donation is the final 10 laps. If you haven't donated already, if it's just $1, or if it's more than that, we love to have a donation. Any little bit helps, and all the money that you're donating goes straight to the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. And if you can't donate, we understand. Money can be tight, and it's not the easiest thing to just donate money if you don't have that extra cash. But what is easy is just to share. If that's sharing that to friends and family, if it's sharing the link to that of your Facebook Facebook feed, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you can share it. We'd love for you to shout out this stream because it's 10 laps to go. The racing's going to ramp up even more than it already is now. And we want to see if we can hit our goal of $1,500. If we do, some of us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting are going to see ourselves being bald for a couple of days. We can't wait to see if that can happen. Can you help by finding some people that want to donate and help a good cause? Well, it's your time to finally do it. It's the last push as we have our chat here ready to go. Cody Reed leading the way. And Trevor, Cody Reed has now ran officially from yesterday's race to today, because I was hanging out with him yesterday. He was doing a different 500 mile Daytona 500 race, and he finished 8th place during that run. And now he's been out here for 191 laps. This guy has ran 300 and coming up to 91 laps of Daytona in less than 24 hours.
Crazy. Almost 400 laps, almost 1,000 miles for Cody Reed. Plus, I believe he was a late entry, got off of work just in time to make it today. So not only is he Daytona 500, then work, and then another Daytona 500. I mean, Reed's been busy the last couple of days, but looking good up here in P1 right now, looking strong for that 25 machine.
And big thanks to Robert Moyer Jr. dropping $5 and that of donating, as we are so close to hitting that of $1,200. Who wants to crack over that? Well, we did. We are now at $1,220. Robert Moyer Jr. participating and helping in. Costello going to be also donating $25. Thank you so much to everyone that is donated and is helping out the cause in trying to find a cure, and that of the JDRF is trying their best. Thank you so much to everyone that's donated so far, and those that donate even after the stream is done, and those that donated even before the stream started. It has been a pleasure to be a part of this. Trevor, thank you again. Robert, thank you again for all the hard work that you guys have been doing to make sure that this stream has been running well. You, Trevor, joining me to keep me sane throughout this race, and also to everyone else in the behind the scenes, Zach Hall, that of Brandon Colley, that of Cedric Hunter, and I mean, everyone else that has helped out as well in the background.
It's been a great event. Everybody joining in for such a great job. All the drivers, everybody at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, Robert for setting this whole thing up, you, Sam, for being a great lead, and this has just been a great event. And 8 laps to go here, I think, when we go green. And this is where it's going to get intense. Who's going to get the finish here is we're getting stacked up to go racing.
Stacked up, they're already pinching one another, almost rubbing doors as we're green here for the Daytona 500, presented by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. It's our 2nd annual charity race, and Cody Reed, Christopher Howell, side by side as they head down into turn number 1. If you have not donated already, it's the Tiltified link in the chat, or share out the link to get people to donate as we're coming through turns 1 and 2. Christopher Howell, late in this race, has been there. He's been trying to set up, but here comes some of the drivers that have been laying in wake, trying to make the push to be up front.
At David McConnell in the 4, Corey Harrigers in the 22, Noah Carter in the wrecking.
Oh no! They're stacking up, piling in. Drivers trying to scatter wherever they are, and it's all piling to the outside wall. More drivers collected in. And it's another massive melee. Cody Reed, massive damage, required damage for himself. Ryan Thomas, required damage. Brian Johnson, Kyle McCoy, and the list continues to grow on drivers that require damage with 7 to go.
So, curse of the commentator. I said the big one hadn't happened yet. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's the big one. Cody Reed with massive damage. Brian Johnson with damage. I mean, cars, just carnage over there in turn number 3.
You know, I said this in a joking manner before. When Robert was talking, he talked about his nerves and how nervous he was feeling, getting prepared for this broadcast all today. I was feeling confident until Robert messaged our broadcast chat and said, I'm feeling nervous. And then I started to feel nervous. And we were feeling nervous that what if there was a lot of cautions? What if there was a lot of wrecks that happened? Well, there's been a lot of wrecks here late, and what's great about the cautions, sure, we would love it to go green, but it allows us more time to shout out that of our charity tonight. It is that of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation that we are shouting out. We want you to be a part of this. As you can see there, that of the recent donations. If you donate now, your name could be up there. I mean, look, Robert Moyer Jr., he donated $10. He's one of the more recent ones, as well as plenty of other people. If you want to be on that most recent donation, it could be $1, could be a couple of cents. You can donate, and every little bit helps. And if you have not shared the stream, let's share the stream. Let's get more people in here. Thank you so much for being one of the biggest events that we have ever had here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. These numbers that we're seeing right now, we are so thankful to look at the stream and see 80 people are watching this stream. We have never had this big of a amount of people watching. This is gonna probably beat out last year's charity event, which we thought was massive already, and we are so thankful to everyone that has been watching and being a part of this. And if you can donate, thank you. If you can share, that's even better. And if you've been just watching to root on your favorite driver, well, put it in the chat. Who are you rooting for? As well as we put in the chat the donation link, your Tiltify link to donate.
This has been just such a great event, Sam. Great cause. Everybody involved. You can't just say enough about all the drivers that showed up, everybody who's donated, and just we're in for a great finish to this race.
As we are getting ourselves situated here, drivers are coming into pit road. A couple of drivers of note that are still in pit road that I believe their nights are done. Kyle McCoy, 07. Cody Reed in the 25. Don't know if he was able to, you had to take a tow, so he's actually going to go multiple laps down for the 25, who was up front, almost leading this race so much. He's going to be going multiple laps down. We were up to 32 drivers just a few laps ago on the lead lap, but because of the amount of carnage that these drivers have been handling, we're now up to around 28 drivers on the lead lap. And Trevor, we're coming up to 5 to go. It's going to be around 4 that we're expecting when we go back to green flag racing. And if we have one more quick caution before the white flag, we will be heading to overtime.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, Sam, and say that we will indeed need overtime to complete this race, just based off of how aggressive these drivers have been racing here tonight.
Trevor, thank you for donating your $10 to help with the cause. Hey, we're getting closer and closer to 1,300. Do you think we can hit that as well? As if we hit $1,500, our goal, if we hit that goal, we've got that of Robert Moyer, our producer, Zach Hall, who's running race control and is one of our main commentators here at that of Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Hey, they're willing to shave their heads and go bald for a little bit. Are you willing to hit that goal for a great cause? It's up to you. The people that are in the chat, share the stream, get people that want to donate and help out. And if we hit that goal, we have those videos that will be popping up. And we're I mean, we're overjoyed just at the fact that we're at this marker already. Our original goal was just to hit $500, and the drivers crushed that before we even went kind of public with sharing out the fact that we were going to do this event. We kind of did a little bit of a silent, letting leagues know, hey, this is coming up, this is going to happen. And we weren't shouting it out on our broadcast, and we already hit 500 there. Then we started shouting out, saying, hey, we want drivers to be a part of this. And that's when we got over our goal of 500. We hit 700, we hit 800. And coming into tonight, right before we started talking, we hit $900 for this charity. We are now up to that of $1,230. Thank you. So much praise has to go to those that have donated. You're the ones that are making a difference by donating to that of the JDRF. And now let's see our reward as that of Christopher Howell, Noah Crawford. They are taking off into turn number 1.
4 to go. Here we go. Sam Crawford with a big push from the 98 of Fluman. He's trying to get that 83 out to the front. Howell down there on the inside line trying to get help from the 22 of Corey, but not close enough. That 22 machine now closing in on the back bumper of the 70, but is that top line Fluman, Carter, are they going to have that momentum down the backstretch? Looks like they will. 3 wide behind them with Martin Morales. 32 involved. Oh, the 22 goes through the infield grass, but we stay green.
We stay green. It's that of Russ. Tatum's going to be in the grass. He's hoping not to come back up into the field, and he will cleanly come back up into the field for himself. We talked about the majority of this race up front on the fact that this race has been dominated on the fact of drivers that we know, that if we've covered your Freaky Fast broadcasting, most of our top 5 are drivers that were just coming in from word of mouth. Here we go with 3 to go, and it's going to be seeing that of Noah Carter leading the way, Fluman right behind. Going to be Justin Malarkey trying to stay steady as drivers had to duck down low, get out of the way. Joshua Alt is having some issues as that of Blaine Wilson gets a little bit of a shimmy as they're going to be 3 wide. Our top 4 are pulling away.
Top 4 pulling away. They're still 3 wide behind them, trying to sort that out. Medlin's involved back there. Howell's back there trying to get all that sorted out, but the top 4 are still pulling away. Caution's out.
Caution's out, and they're starting to pile in. It's going to be Brian Chu and others up in the outside wall. Nigel Christensen as well, caught up into a wreck as drivers trying to ease their way forward. And Trevor, have you ever heard of overtime before? Because that's where we're headed.
Yeah, and you know, I hate to say it, but Sam, I called it. We are going to overtime. The 24 of Ian Ogden looks like he's going to have to tow back to pit road. He's got some towing damage. Got Will Bustler was involved in that. As we take a look back here at the replay, just 3 wide racing, trying to make moves. I think that's Medlin in the 12. Yeah, Medlin in the 12 makes contact with the 20 machine there of not quite sure who the 20, Nigel Christensen there in the 20. Those 2 get locked up in the outside wall, and then everybody trying to make it through, getting caught up in it as well.
And they are now starting to find some issues for themselves, as a lot of the drivers now that are getting required damage flags have already used their fast repairs. As that of Andrew Medlin, he is going to be parked in pit road trying to get required damage flag done, as well as that of Ian Ogren. He is finding trouble, but it is certainly turning into a madhouse. And hey, the more restarts we get, the more times that they just want us to keep on saying the same thing. Hey, if you haven't already, there's one thing you gotta do, and that's share the link. Let's get more people in here. Let's get people that are able to share, continue to share out, so that we can get more eyes on the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. The Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, who is our charity for the 2nd year in a row, as this is our 2nd annual charity race. Last year was a 6-hour endurance race as drivers were preparing for the Daytona 24 hours. Here today, we were doing a Daytona 500 where we're heading into overtime now. That of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, their ultimate goal is to find a cure, find a way to destroy type 1 diabetes for anyone and everyone. But they mainly focus on juveniles because it's not a disease that we want anyone to have, but to get it as a child is a really tough way to live your life, and that is what JDRF is looking for, is that cure. And then if they can't find the cure, is to help families when they're having financial needs or just needs in general. It is a great foundation that we partnered up with last year. It was just us saying, hey, this is a charity we want to work with. This season, we actually got to partner up with them. That's why you see all the graphics that we have of Game2Give. And also we had that of the JDRF crew down in the chat at the beginning of the broadcast. They gave us the idea, if we hit our goal of $1,500, we're going to be having some of our broadcast members and team going bold, because it's worth us. If you hit our goal, for us to reward you in some fashion. We're rewarding you with some great racing, but we want to reward you with some maybe funny laughs, funny ha-has, as this is a serious thing that we want to see get cured and get finished. Again, if you haven't shared already, let's share the broadcast. Share that of the donation link. And if you haven't donated, it could be cents, it can be dollars. We'll take any bit that you can, as it goes straight to the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Trevor, lights are off. We're now heading to overtime, our first attempt of 3.
First attempt out of 3, and if we can get around to the white flag, the race will be official, and we'll see what happens when we get there. If not, we'll re-rack it, try attempt number 2, and then if we don't make it at attempt number 2, then we'll try one more time for a 3rd attempt, and at that point, any flag ends the race. If we get to attempt number 3, But Sam, we're lining up here. Noah Carter, Jake Fluman, Justin Malarkey, Nick Crawford, our top 4. Blaine Wilson there in 5th. Hunter Hayward in 6th. I mean, these guys, 2 of them we haven't talked about a lot. These other ones, they've been up front all night long. What are your thoughts here as we get ready to go in our first attempt?
I mean, I got a feeling that we're probably going to be seeing somebody that's not a usual league member win this race. That is who I'm thinking about right now. And, you know, Carter up here, Fluman has been so good at being up front. It's Justin Malarkey that is just one of those drivers that I've seen a lot of big moves from. Curious if he's going to be able to make the move that's going to get him to victory lane here tonight. This could be our last restart, so it is your last opportunity to try to get your donations in and make sure that you're a part of this great journey that we've been on trying to get this charity as much as we can to help out a great cause. And we are in our first attempt of 3 if needed. If we get a yellow flag on this first lap, we will go into attempt number 2. If we get the white flag, we race it to the end. Well, thank you for being a part of this journey, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if this is the final restart of our charity race. The Daytona 500 is green, as Noah Carter already going to be moving up in front of Fluman, as well as Justin Malarkey, looking for any type of help on the inside, but there's no help. They move up into the outside lane. Here we go, Trevor, down into turn number 1.
And that inside line just did not get a good restart. Everybody to the top, Carter, Fluman, Crawford, Malarkey, all up there on that top line. Everybody forming up top. First car to go down low is going to be the 22 of Corey. He's got no help, though. He's got a little bit of help now from the 70 of Christopher Howell trying to make that inside line work. But here comes Malarkey with a shove from the 48. But he's going to get left to the inside line all by himself.
He's going to be trying to side draft out of Nick Crawford. Crawford's going to have to try to build up some more momentum, and that's going to kill the whole entire inside lane. They're going to be sliding, wrecking, and spinning around. But the yellow flag finally comes out. We're going to attempt number 2 of overtime.
Christopher Wade involved in that. A couple other drivers involved in that. And here we go, Sam. Rack it up one more time. And my question now is, some of these guys haven't pit since lap 166. And we thought that, we figured they'd be good on fuel, but this second attempt at a green-white checkered, are they going to have enough fuel to make it to the end?
I feel like they're going to be good for at least a second attempt. It's if they go into a third attempt that I'm really more concerned about for a lot of these drivers on how well they're going to react. Is Eddie Sproul. I think he's had the most required damage flags out of anyone. He grabs another one for himself, as Ian that of Ogden's going to be calling it a night for himself. That of going to see the 33 in pit road required damage. Christopher Norris has been in pit road for a while. That of George Kovacic into pit road required damage for himself. Christopher Howell in the 70, who's been up front. He has required damage, but does have a fast repair to work with. So we'll see how well they can run. Looking through, I know that of the Wicked Racing League, they're having a watch party right now. Shout out to the Wicked Racing League and their watch party. I know that they're right now rooting for one of their drivers to win, and right now it's Blaine Wilson in 5th place. It's in the best opportunity to do so. Nigel Christensen only back in 16th place. Nigel's a little bit too far back, but he could make something happen here if enough carnage happens in front of him. The hero of the night, I gotta say, though, is the one. Joe McAdory has gone down. You started this race going a lap down here, Trevor. He's up to 13th place here on this upcoming restart.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's just been, riding it out, being patient, got the cautions when he needed them, got back on the lead lap. I think he was a lap down a couple of times here tonight, just off-sequence pit stops. He got lost the draft a couple of times, but here he is up in 13th, and Sam not too far behind him. The other kind of unsung hero of the race, James Hackworth Jr. in the 23. Both of those guys just went laps down early, but here they are with a chance to go out and win this.
Never give up attitude is here, and getting ready for some of the biggest runs, some of our biggest movers of the night. That of going to be seeing that of Ryan Thomas up 23 positions. That's another going to be Wicked Racing League driver in 6th place. That's going to be the best friend for Blaine Wilson. See how well they can run with one another. But other big movers, that of Jake Fluman up 20 positions for himself. Martin Morales Jr., who was caught up in a wreck earlier, he's up 22 spots. That of Lenger is going to be back in 10th place, up to that of 22 positions. There are some drivers still in this thing, willing to fight. Maybe you didn't start out in the beginning portions up front, but you still have a chance to go for a win. Well, we're running out of opportunities here, folks. We got this go around that could be our last attempt at a restart. We also have one more if needed. So that means it's your time to shine. Who's going to donate? Who's going to just share? Well, let's get this number climbing on how many people we can get in here watching this final attempts at overtime. Again, same rules as the last. If we get a yellow flag on this first lap, we will go into our third attempt at overtime. But if we get the white flag, we will race it to the end, and the gloves are off. White flag is out. I mean, anything could happen there, Trevor. Rules are out the window. Drivers have been notified at the start of the race. There is no double yellow line. It is up to your discretion if you want to go below it. If you come back up and you cause a wreck, you will be penalized. But you can go below the double yellow line and make a pass if you want to.
That's going to make this, if we get the white flag, going to make this last lap really interesting. Down the backstretch, you can go below the double yellow line. Coming through the tri-oval, you can go below the double yellow line. So if we get to the white flag, Sam, I think we're going to see these drivers spread out. And if you're anywhere from the lead to a car on the lead lap, you have a chance to win this race when that white flag comes out.
Who is going to get it done here tonight? Big thanks again to all those that have donated. I mean, Derek Offerman took the highest donation of $100 as he wanted to be the person that cracked the 1,000 marker. We've had others that donated the bare minimum, which we appreciate every little bit that you did on this journey. Thank you to everyone that helped out before this stream, before the race, to try to get in this race, or knew they couldn't race and still wanted to help out for the cause of our Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation charity event. Thank you so much. Can't appreciate all of you any more than that. I wish I could, but just the words of thank you continue to ring out as we are getting ourselves prepared. What could be the last and final restart? We got one more attempt after this if needed, and it's going to be Noah Carter, Fluman, Crawford, Hayward. Here we go. Green flag is out in the air for attempt number 2 at overtime. Who's winning the Daytona 500? It's going to be Carter, already taking off, trying to get to the Fluman, to his back bumper. And here we go into turn number 1.
And they left the 74 Nick Crawford all by himself on that inside line, that top line, just showing how good it is on these restarts. Everybody's stacked up on that outside line with Noah Carter leading. Crawford trying to find ways. Here comes the 40 of Ryan Thomas. He drops to the bottom. He's got the 19 behind him. The 18 giving a big shove to the 32 as they catch up to the back bumper of Hayward. But it's the 2-car tandem up front of Carter Fluman that are pulling away from the pack.
Here we go. Drivers trying to figure out how to attack and get their opportunities. To the inside is going to be that of Tyler Thomas. No one is working with the 32. It is just that of Carter Fluman as we're coming out of turn number 4. We're looking for the freaky fast white flag. They're 3 wide scattering behind. But as they come across that starting finish line, the white flag is here. The freaky fast white flag. Who's winning the Daytona 500? Our second annual charity event. It's Noah Carter, Fluman, Hayward, Blaine Wilson, trying to set up. Here comes the inside line. It's Nick Crawford trying to have Thomas. He's wiggling to the 32. Somehow holds on. They're trying to keep it together. Here they go. Trevor into that of the straightaway.
And it's Thomas trying to get a shove from Crawford, and then Fluman trying to get to the back bumper of Carter. He does, but there's nowhere to go. Nobody's really helping down, but here comes that bottom line again. It's
bottom line, here it comes. I know Carter gets wrecked. It's going to be that Nick Crawford. The 74 gets through somehow, and they just completely demolish one another. But it's the 74 lone survivor winning the second annual charity race, the Daytona 500. Somehow goes the Nick Crawford.
Crawford just parted the seas in that 74 machine, clean to the line. Gets the win here. Alex Coffey comes home in second, followed by Nigel Christensen in third. Brian Thomas in fourth. I believe Fluman is going to end up in fifth, but wow, what a finish that we had to Sam.
Holy smoke! Nick Crawford, Alex Coffey, Nigel Christensen, and Ryan Thomas going to be your top 4. Whoo, that was crazy at the end. Fluman, just one bad bump that to the Carter, and that's what got everyone scattering. There was just nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go. And I mean, you have to be that aggressive there at the end. You can't not push the 83 machine. And just a little bit of contact there sends the 83 down in front of the 32, and carnage ensues in turn number 3. And Crawford just through sheer luck comes out of that clean. and an easy run to the finish line for that 74 machine.
Absolutely crazy on how that race went down. Nick Crawford is your winner here tonight, as we are going to step aside as the 74 gets to burn it down. When we come back, it's the post-race show. We're going to talk to our top three, get their thoughts on that crazy finish and how they got to where they were at. We will be back in just a few moments here, folks, so stick with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-race show. Again, you can still donate even now to be a part of our charity event, trying to hit our goal of $1,500. We're currently at $1,230. It has been an incredible charity event. We've absolutely crushed whatever we had in our ideas at the start of trying to get this planned and situated for a great charity event. Thank you to all those that joined us in watching, those that donated, and those that were sharing. And now we get to talk to the drivers that put on the show that we got to watch. Bringing up into the booth, the victory lane, we've got that of the 74 machine, Nick Crawford, the winner of the second annual charity race here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, our Daytona 500 winner, Nick Crawford. Nick, how are you feeling after that?
I am sore, excited, and I gotta get some new pants, as they say. But that was crazy. I almost didn't think we were gonna get it, but crazy things happen.
I mean, Nick, walk us through that last lap. I mean, I know there's not much of a plan there uh, going into 3 and 4. I mean, you're giving a big shove to, I believe it was the 32, but I mean, walk us through those last two corners essentially.
Gosh, it all starts at the restart actually, because I know the last restart, the leader took off early to get into that outside line just because it was so fast. And then once that happened, I was out to dry and I found somebody, the 32, and just shoved him. And I don't know how he held on to it out of turn two. But then going into three, it was just more of the same, just shoving because at this point it's checkers or wreckers. This is charity, no points, and just had to go. So it somehow worked out, and I think the leaders on the outside wrecked, and that's what just drive through.
I mean, that's certainly what you did. You drove right through all of that. I mean, Nick, I know that here tonight we had that of a charity event. We had a lot of different new drivers joining in, but we also had kind of the league dynamic of some league drivers working with one another's, others not. How was that racing around league drivers that maybe you've seen us cover in other leagues through here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting?
It's always different because iRating is one thing, but it never really tells you truly how somebody races. Today, everybody I race around, I don't know if it's the damage model or what, but everybody could bump, side draft, and everyone looked like they knew what they were doing. So it was fun for me at points, of course, until you get to the back and then to the front. But uh, it was pretty clean for a Daytona race, especially having 200 laps.
Certainly was. Well, Nick, congratulations on winning our charity event this year. And before we let you go, the floor is now yours for any shout outs.
As always, I have to shout out my beautiful wife. She was watching and she's amazing, always supportive. I want to shout out my teammates for this race, Brian, and also Christopher Norris, aka my son, low key. And then I also want to shout out you guys for putting on this event. You raise so much money for a great cause. It's always amazing to see and watch and be a part of, and can't wait to do next year.
Well, that is going to be the 74 machine of Nick Crawford getting the win here tonight. You can watch that 74 on Monday nights with the ISRC Truck Series and periodically in the WSSR on Saturdays as that starts up next Saturday. Can't wait for it. Nick, congratulations and good luck in all the leagues that you cover that you race in.
Thanks.
As we go from Victory Lane, we go to second place to a driver that we got to talk to in Victory Lane on Wednesday night as he runs in the Wicked Racing League. And Wicked Racing League finishing 2, 3, 4. We got Alex Coffey with us. Alex, congratulations on second placement. How are you feeling? Because I don't think we even thought that you could finish in the top 5 on that race start. And here you are in second.
It's kind of confused, I guess. I was I was in the back most of the day trying to get damage fixed and all that, and then it's a green white checkered. You don't lift, especially on the white. So me and Nigel were back there. I think we crossed the line 16th and 17th to take the white. And if y'all get a chance, tune into either the cockpit of me or Nigel. It was wild how we got through there. I didn't lift, he didn't lift. Somehow we both made it out on the other side. So definitely didn't expect it, taking the white flag to be given an interview, but we'll take it. It's Daytona. That's how it goes.
I mean, Alex, speaking of being in the back, I mean, we saw you up at the front periodically, and then, like you said, in the back getting damage fixed. I mean, how hard was it to work your way from the back of the field back up to the front throughout the race?
Um, it'd get hard when it was double file, just trying to stay patient and not force anybody. A lot of guys weren't liking to be taken 3 wide. They weren't taking well to that at all. So it was mostly just stand back there and trying to dodge them when they happen. I know a few times I would get the damage all the way down to 15 seconds, then get another hit and be back up 3 minutes where I started. So it was up and down, man. It's just like I said, Daytona. You never know. You just got to stay out there and hope the sea's clear for you.
And that they certainly did. Alex, congratulations on second place. Any final thoughts and also all your thanks before we let you go?
Shout out y'all for putting this on. It was a fun event. I like full length races. I actually like that a lot. So it was fun running the whole thing, having to put some strategy into it, some green flag stops. Thanks to my mom for watching. Shout out to CNC Esports and 2018 Racing, Nigel Christensen, Blaine Wilson, and TJ Roberts. We were there in the early stages of the race. We were all moving pretty good together, and throughout a race you get separated. But yep, just thanks for everybody. Had a good time with racing with people you don't usually race with, so no problems with anybody. It was good. Shout out to everybody.
Well, that is going to be the 7 Machine of Alex Coffey. If you want to watch that 7 Machine Racing weekly, well, go head on over to Wednesday night and watch the Wicked Racing League. That 7 just was in Victory Lane at Bristol. We'll see if he can get to Victory Lane as their next destination is Daytona. Congratulations, Alex, on second place, and good luck on Wednesday nights.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
As we go from that second place, we head to third to talk to that Nigel Christensen, get his thoughts on how tonight went. Nigel, it's Sam and Trevor up in the booth. I mean, we're going to be riding on board with you as we're going through the madness. I mean, if you can watch Robert's stream, you might be able to talk us through the madness at the end. How are you feeling coming away with third place?
Man, I have never been more excited in my life. That was awesome. The whole event was great, start to finish. It was so much fun. And then I don't know what to even say at the end. I mean, dude, that was the craziest ending I've ever been a part of in my iRacing career. So.
I mean, Nigel, we've talked on it with other drivers, but you're out there with guys that you race with in your league and guys from other leagues that we cover, and then guys that we've not covered at all. I mean, what's it like there? What's it like out there on track with the mixture of drivers?
Actually, it was overall, I thought it was really clean. We had our group of guys. You guys talked to Alex and stuff, so you know who those people are. But we really worked well together as a team, and that's what you need to do in these super speedway races, and that's my favorite part about them. I'm not a big super speedway guy, but they are fun because you get to work together, and we got to race with guys from other, for the most part, drivers that are part of Freaky Fast broadcasting races that you guys broadcast on a weekly basis, and getting to race with some of those other drivers. That was really, really cool experience, and I'm just really happy to be here, and I'm glad that we were able to raise as much money as we did. For charity. That's incredible. It sounds like we're over $1,300 now. So, kudos to you guys, kudos to the lead or everybody that's participating, and kudos to everybody that donated.
As we are actually getting to see, we got to the point of you seeing carnage, Nigel. I mean, at this point, we're just seeing all the drivers hitting the wall. We're watching it in slow motion. What was going through your mind when you saw just a wall of smoke and drivers in front of you?
Honestly, I just find a hole and go, and I just kind of kept going, zigzagging, I guess. There was a wreck that happened. I mean, here, I'll just kind of play through it, but the seas kind of parted a couple of different times here, and so I'm like, I'm just going to keep my foot in it because it's the last lap, it's the Daytona 500, and I wanted to win it, and you'll just see, I mean, there's cars all over the place. I'm fortunate that, guys don't wreck me. And I mean, it keeps happening here. You'll see it's not over yet. I have to dip down a little bit farther.
My goodness.
But yeah, man, this is, I don't know. It just happened so quickly, but I've never, ever been a part of something like that before. And I'm happy that I got to experience that. And I'm glad that you guys got to witness it.
Well, I know that it's good practice for wreck avoidance. I know that you're heading to Daytona on Wednesday night, and it should be a good one to watch for that of the Wicked Racing League as they get prepared. But Nigel, congratulations on finishing third here tonight as Wicked gets 2, 3, 4 on the finishing order. Before we let you go, though, the floor is now yours for any shout-outs.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Obviously, I want to, shout out you guys for everything you've done putting this event on. You've done a great job, top to bottom. I'm really, really excited about what you guys can put together for us in the future. Obviously, I want to thank my dad for watching, anybody else that watched. I want to give a big shout out to David Bell for stepping in, watching me today. It was really, really exciting for me to be able to, I guess, put on a show for him and get him to watch, and big fan of him and everything that him and his family do. So really excited. I got my Christopher Bell t-shirt on. I'm thrilled. I'm just shout out to everybody.
Well, that is going to be Nigel Christensen coming away with a third place finish. Congratulations on that finish, and thanks for talking through us through that madness, and good luck on Wednesdays.
Hey, thanks so much.
As we go from that of third place and with our interviews, let's take a look at where some of the drivers finished out here tonight. A wild night of drivers having to go high, low, and just pandemonium at the end. I would say, Trevor, not to put anything bad on you, but you did throw out, we haven't seen the big one yet, and we saw quite a few of them there late in the race. As you see there, Nick Crawford getting the win, Alex Coffey second place, Nigel Christensen's going to get third, Ryan Thomas fourth, fifth goes to that of Jake Fluman, Christopher Howell also going to be seeing that of Herringus is going to be in that of seventh. John Ledger going to be in eighth. The ninth goes to James Hackworth Jr., who's our biggest mover of the day, up 30 positions, who was, I think, 3 or 4 laps down at moments. for the 23. He'll finish in the top 10, and as well the 4 of David McConnell going to be coming away with that of 10th place. You look at the rest of the field, a scattered mosh podge of drivers that were up front at some points, further on back. But man, Trevor, somehow we survived 500 miles and 200, well, actually more than 500 miles, a total of 207 laps here tonight.
I mean, what a great event. All the drivers involved. And you got guys, I'm sure, that didn't get the finishes that they wanted. I mean, Ken Campbell was up front at points. Will Bustler was up there. They finished back down there in the lower teens, mid-20s. Medlin, Ian Ogden down there. Kyle McCoy was up front most of the night. He's all the way down there. TJ Roberts had a good run going early, along with Christopher Norris. So some drivers didn't get the finishes they want, but we're so thankful for everybody involved tonight. All the drivers who donated to take part, all the drivers who donated who couldn't be here tonight, friends and family of everybody who donated, and we just couldn't be happier with how this race turned out.
It was incredible to be a part of this as a lead commentator, having you with me, Trevor, kind of giving me sane, like I said before, keeping me sane. Robert Moyer Jr. in the background running productions. There's another person we got to thank. He was in the booth earlier on, Zach Hall, who ran race control, making sure all the drivers stayed in their own places for most of the night. Zach, any of your final thoughts before we call it a night?
Well, first off, thank you guys up in the booth. That is a tough task to be up here for 3.5 hours doing what y'all do, and y'all did a fantastic job. I got to tune along with all the people out there and really follow along the race from y'all's point of view and also my point of view from the race control booth. So it was fun watching that. And yeah, next thing, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you everybody who tuned in. Thank you to all the drivers, especially who came out here, donated to race in this race, people who tuned in that just donated. I mean, any little donation, it matters. So we want to thank each and every one of you for that. I mean, $1,230, like, that's mind blowing. We've all, pretty much almost doubled what we did last year with this charity race. So it's only up from here, and just happy to be a part of it. And I know the goal was $1,500 there to get my hair shaved off, but we made it past 1,000. We made it 1,200. I think I'm still gonna have to stick up to that and cut off the good old hair for a good cause, man, because just a awesome event, and pleasure to race control it. The guys out there didn't make it too hard on me, and really gave me respect up there in the race control, and I know sometimes that can be a tough thing to do from the driver's seat.
It definitely can be. And as well, another person we want to give a final talking point in position to talk, Robert Moyer Jr., who is the owner, producer of Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Robert, the floor is yours for any of your final thoughts before we get out of here.
All right. Well, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Trevor. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to everybody who tuned in here. Plus 80 people who tuned in to watch this event, and we much appreciate the support and everything for this. But first off, I want to say thank you to the drivers for helping donate and making this event happen. Second, I want to say thank you to my crew here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, every single one of yous, and the ones that we don't talk about much or see around. Everything that you guys have done, I couldn't have done it without you. And also, a big thank and shout out to Juvenile Diabetes for coming aboard, letting us do the second annual, teaming up with us, talking with us through emails with Zach Hall, and joining our Discord and things like that. And also then to the driver's family, friends, and relatives that tuned in and have helped donate or even just liked, shared the stream to get more views onto this. I can't wait for the third annual one. And like I said before, Sam, hopefully the time we have our third annual Juvenile Diabetes, they have a cure, and they're going to be helping people get the cure so kids don't live with this, or just anybody that has diabetes type 1 or even type 2 don't have to deal with this day in and day out, and we find a cure. But thank you, everybody out there, for the support, and I'll hand it over to you, Sam, and we'll see everybody on the next one. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much to everyone that helped in the behind the scenes, those that were drivers, those that were viewers, people that just shared the stream, shared the link, and those that donated as well. We had those that donated $100, those that donated just a couple of dollars, and every little bit was so helpful for one of our biggest charity events ever so far on Freaky Fast Broadcasting history. Thank you for being a part of it, for watching it live. And honestly, the charity doesn't end just here. You can donate now if you go head over to jdrf.org anytime throughout the year. If you feel like it's a need for you that you want to donate and help out the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation as they're still trying to find that cure, you can go donate now. And to all the drivers that participated here tonight, thank you. I know there really wasn't a reward for those to race. It was more of just a passion to drive and want to be here for a good cause. Thank you so much for that. For myself, Sam Dyer, for Trevor Earhart, for Zach Hall running race control, for Robert Moyer running that of being behind the scenes, for being our producer, Christopher Norris for being our social media guy, everyone else at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, and everyone else that helped to get this project and get this charity event to where it is today. Thank you. And for everyone that wants to continue watching us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting, hit that subscribe button. Let's still share the stream so we can find a cure for type 1 diabetes. Thank you so much, everyone. Our next stream is Monday night, ISRC Truck Series. We'll see you then.